over, they will be obliged by law to return to their country. As Romanian, we don't want to have no jobs because of the Ukrainian refugees. I have to admit that I was shocked. Besides the bias, besides anything, I was mostly shocked about the lack of information. Because in reality, Romania has an enormous need of labor, and the Ukrainian refugees want to work. I know example of women who in the second or the third day in Romania, they already had jobs. But I think the lack of information also leads to exclusion. So we are gathered here today to speak about equality, diversity, and inclusion in probably one of the most difficult time, the war. The war has brutally transformed the world. Millions of Ukrainians are now refugees. Others are in their bombed cities with no food, with no water, with no health services, with no jobs left. Women, children, and people with disabilities are particularly affected by this conflict. The inclusive practices are now refocusing on providing support to livelihoods, skills, and job creation, alongside support for entrepreneurs and businesses displaced from Ukraine. And the answer we are looking for today is for the question what the war means for diversity and inclusion, and how do other challenges such as digitalization or climate change intersect with that. We aim raising awareness of the economic implication of large-scale shocks such as armed conflict, digitalization, climate change, also discussing the key issue facts that private sector around equality, diversity and inclusion, and the relevant advice to address them. I will tell you how we are going to do this conference, but before this, I have to say a big thanks to our sponsors, CTP, Dentos, Google, Kaufland Romania and Moldova, Raiffeisen Bank and Visa, with the support of Government of Japan. Before talking about our topics, I would like to hear a message, sorry. It's a recorded message of Helena Dalli, UE Commissioner for Equality.
It's an honor to address the second Diversity and Inclusion Regional Conference. The European Commission recognizes that diverse workplaces are more dynamic, innovative, and efficient as they benefit from various and unique experiences, ideas, and knowledge. Diverse workplaces are the springboard for better societies. At the same time, businesses and organizations have faced new difficulties, including economic downturns, global health crisis, and now a war on the doorstep of the European Union. My message to you is that diversity must be a part of economic recovery. It is precisely in this setting that we must build bridges to unite us, to help us understand and support each other's struggles. During this year's European Diversity Month, I encouraged organizations to develop ties with NGOs, public institutions, other businesses, and civil society. This event today is a good example of such cooperation. You will hear expert analysis on the economic fallout from the war in Ukraine. You will also hear panel discussions with members of NGOs and civil society on the resilience of the people affected by the war. Furthermore, I look forward to the participation of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce in the European Diversity Month this coming May.
Okay, thank you. In order to know what the day will look like, I will tell you that the second regional conference is organized in this way. We'll discuss the topic in 3 panel discussion. First, digitalization, disabilities, and the future of work. The second one will be sustainable future, diversity, equality, and inclusion. And the third one, the intersection of war and economic inclusion, keeping businesses going. Before this, I want to please Beata Javorcik. I didn't say it right. Sorry. Beata will present us the analysis of economic fallout from Russia invasion of Ukraine. Please.
Thank you very much. Is the microphone working? Okay, great. If you could perhaps put my slides on the screen. So good morning, everyone. I would like to set the scene for the discussions by giving you an overview of the economic implications of the war on Ukraine. The war has brought about enormous human suffering. But besides the suffering in Ukraine, it has also reached people all around the world. And I think even if the war stopped today, the economic consequences of the conflict would be felt well into the next year. So let me start. My slides are not advancing. Do I need to turn on the clicker? Perhaps you could. Okay, perfect. So let me start with the situation in Ukraine. Military activities have taken place at various points during the war on the territory of Ukraine that was responsible for generating 60% of GDP prior to the conflict. About half of businesses stopped operating. If you look at electricity consumption, which is a good proxy for what's happening with economic activity, it's down by 40%. 10% of the population left the country. Further 15% are displaced within the country. This planting season has been disrupted. Ukraine is unable to export its grain. This gives you a sense of the scale of disruption. Then it's not surprise that we expect huge economic cost of the war. According to our estimates, Ukrainian GDP will be shrinking by about 30% this year. Russian GDP will go down by 10%. If you are thinking that this is not much, actually that's a severe recession that is comparable to what Western Europe experienced at the height of COVID. But pretty much every country in the regions where EBRD operates is affected by the war. And you see in solid lines our projections for various regions, as well as projections for Romania. And then the dotted lines tell you what we expected to happen in November. So it gives you a sense of the downgrade. Most emerging economies in which we operate enjoyed a very good post-COVID rebound in 2029. In 2022, at the beginning of this year, things started slowing down, but then the war put huge brakes on this recovery, as you see on the graph. So let me now discuss channels through which the war is affecting various countries around the globe. Perhaps the most prominent channel, the channel that deserves most attention, is the shock to international food markets. As probably all of you know, Ukraine and Russia account for 30% of global exports of wheat. And if you look at the map behind me, wheat production in Ukraine takes place mostly in the regions that were affected by the conflict, by military activities. So disruption to the planting season happened, but of course, a lot of planting, the farmers did manage to sow seeds. The problem now is getting the grain out of Ukraine. Last year's harvest has not been taken out. Basically, the easiest way to take grain would be now use the Odessa port. Now that's not possible because the port is mined. Ukrainian government is concerned that should mines be removed, it would expose Odessa to a naval attack. And then, of course, there is Russian blockade in the Black Sea. Using alternative routes is difficult because we are talking about huge amount of grain. So using road transport or rail would allow to export only about 20% of the crop. And now the challenge is that storage is still not empty because last year's harvest is there and new harvest is about to happen. So that's a big challenge. Exporting grain by rail is also difficult because, as you may know, Ukraine uses the wide gauges, has wider rails than European Union or other countries, and that means that there is a bottleneck when it comes to infrastructure because you actually need physically wheels so that you can change wheels to put on the trains. So the situation is quite difficult. And because of the war and because of these constraints, prices of agricultural commodities are very high at the moment. They are not yet where they were in 2008 when we had a previous global food crisis, but they are inching up there. And high food prices hurt emerging markets much more than they hurt developed economies, and that's because people in poorer countries tend to spend a higher share of their income on food. And as you can see here, in Germany, expenditure on food is around 15%. In North Macedonia, it's 40%. And in North African countries, which are very severely affected, it's about a third of expenditure. And in Romania, it's, as you can see, 30%. The situation, the inability of Ukraine to export wheat and other commodities, corn, sunflower oil, is exacerbated by export restrictions, which have now been introduced by more than 20 countries around the world. Russia is one of those countries that limits its export of agricultural commodities. About 17% of calories that are typically traded globally are under export restrictions. And that's a much higher share than what we saw in 2008 when we had a food crisis. And back then, there were riots in about 40 countries. So that's a pretty difficult situation. I think here there is some failure of international cooperation in that countries are introducing such restrictions. This map comes from a study by International Food Policy Research Institute, where they looked at countries which are facing food insecurities due to conflict, due to export restrictions. So for instance, you see Egypt colored in orange. That means that more than 10% of all calories consumed in the country come from Russia or Ukraine. The same is true in Mongolia. If you look at Turkey, in Turkey, more than 10% of calories consumed locally come from countries that now have export restrictions. In Georgia, on top of being exposed to the conflict, they also have low stocks. Romania, fortunately, is not exposed directly through its trade linkages, but of course, agricultural food price, high food prices are still affecting your economy and consumers. In regions where EBRD operates, North Africa is very severely affected, but also Central Asia, because while in North Africa, typically imports come from Russia and Ukraine, in Central Asia, imports come from Kazakhstan. So here, export restrictions are an issue, but perhaps they may be eased because of historical ties between these countries. But it is certainly a big issue. Now, on top of disruption to exports, on top of export restriction, there is another channel that matters here, and that's increased prices of fertilizer. Belarus is a big exporter of potash. Belarus and Russia export ammonia. These are inputs into production of fertilizers. Production of fertilizers also requires a lot of natural gas, which in Europe is extremely expensive now. And that means that high prices of fertilizers are changing decisions of farmers. In the US, some farmers move away from planting wheat because it's very intensive in the use of fertilizer, towards planting other crops which are less intensive. And that shift is going to exacerbate further the situation in wheat markets. And of course, globally, if farmers in developing countries use less fertilizer, that will mean lower harvest. And again, countries are imposing restrictions on exports of fertilizer. So this is further artificially increasing prices. Markets at the moment, so markets take this into account, right? It's pretty obvious that there is no solution at the moment on how to get grain out of Ukraine, the new harvest. We expect harvests globally to be lower. There were some adverse weather events in other food-producing countries. And therefore, markets expect that the price of wheat we have today, this elevated price, will persist until December 2023. So essentially, markets are expecting that high prices will be there until the end of next year. And that contrasts very much with what markets expect for oil prices. Here, while the spot price, the price at which you purchase oil today, is elevated, markets expect, so you can buy futures, oil futures, meaning you pay today and get delivery in December 2023, at a much lower price. That shows that traders are expecting that the price of oil will go down. So now let me talk about energy markets, which is the second channel through which the war is affecting global economy. I already showed you elevated prices of oil. Oil is traded globally. The situation in markets for natural gas is quite different, and that's because markets for gas are regional. As you see here, Europe has record high prices of natural gas, while in the US, prices of natural gas have not moved very much. And, various countries in Europe have a very dependence on Russia when it comes to imports of natural gas. You may have heard that Poland and Romania refused to pay Russia for natural gas in rubles, and Russia stopped deliveries. Now Germany is obtaining reduced deliveries of natural gas from Russia, and there's a concern that actually Russia will stop deliveries altogether. Now the reason why why the markets are regional is because you need either a pipeline or you need LNG facilities to import natural gas. And it's very hard to increase the capacity, because it takes about 2 to 3 years to build a new facility. So globally, the supply is constrained. Now, you may have heard that the US is increasing exports of natural gas to Europe. This year, it's about 15 billion cubic meters. In comparison, Europe buys from Russia typically 150 billion cubic meters. So what the US is exporting to Europe now, it's about a tenth of what Europe typically buys from Russia. And you know, at the beginning of autumn last year, Europe entered the heating season with storage capacity filled to much lower extent than what it typically would be. So as you see on this graph, the lowest line shows you that in November, natural gas storage in Europe was filled to only about 80%. And the shaded area shows you the range that was the fill rate that was observed during the previous decade. And it's unclear to what extent we will be able in Europe to refill the storage capacity. So that is going to pose challenges for the heating season. Another thing that you observe in the markets is divergence in the price of Brent oil and Urals oil. Urals crude is the type of crude that Russia exports. Major Western companies are buying Russian crude under long-term contracts, but typically they are not buying it in spot markets. And that is putting downward pressure on the price of Urals. However, other economies, reportedly India and China, are buying Russian crude at discounted prices. So that's why the divergence between the two prices is not as big as we may have hoped for. Also, what you see in statistics is that a larger and larger share of shipments are labeled as going to unknown destination. Countries are not advertising that they are purchasing Russian crude for the fear of secondary sanctions. Now, over the weekend and yesterday, G7 were discussing ways of limiting Russian revenues from oil exports. They decided on a cap on the price. Essentially, the idea is that G7 companies from G7 countries would not sell insurance, would not provide ships, would not provide means of transport if the price were above a certain level. Right? The difficulty with such an arrangement is that for it to work, you need a lot of countries to sign up. So the hope is that other countries will have an incentive to sign up because that would allow them to purchase crude more cheaply. But of course, there's always politics, and countries may be concerned about how this would affect the relationship with Russia. And of course, there is always the question whether Russia would stop disruption, would stop exporting crude altogether, at least for this short period of time. Now, why does crude matter very much? The price. Under normal circumstances, Russian government budget breaks even if crude is at $44 a barrel. Now, of course, now the situation is not quite normal. The slowdown in Russia means less revenue. Obviously, there are higher expenditure associated with the war. But if you can see, the price of Urals is still quite high, which means that Russian budget is still very comfortable. So there is a lot of room to lower the price through international pressure. Now, so these high prices of energy, again, hit people in emerging markets more than they affect people in advanced economies. An average German household spends 7% of its budget on utility payments. An average Italian household, 12%. An average household in Romania needs a quarter of its budget to cover utility payments. So you see from this graph how much more emerging markets are affected by high energy prices. And within countries, you also see that poorer households are even affected more, because if they are poor, for them, the share of family budget they need to spend on utility payments, it's even higher than that. Now let me turn to other channels through which the war matters. Another channel is exports to Russia. Exports to Russia, actually relatively few countries for relatively few countries, Russia is a very important export market. That's true for Caucasus countries. It is true for the Baltics. But that channel matters less than you would have expected. What matters more is the fact that Central Asian countries use Russia as a transit country for exports. They use Russia for export logistics and for processing of payments. So for instance, in Tajikistan, all of the foreign currency payments were being cleared by Russian banks. And that means that, you know, suddenly these countries have to find new solutions because of sanctions on the Russian financial system. Another channel works through remittances. Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, for those countries, money sent by their citizens who are working in Russia constitutes a very significant source of income, about 1/5 of GDP. So far, there is no sign that these remittance flows are drying up, but it is a potential channel through which countries may be affected. Finally, there's tourism. I think relatively few people know that the spending of Russian tourists in Cyprus accounts for almost 2% of GDP. And it is also, Russian tourists are also a very significant spenders in Estonia, Armenia, or Georgia. So this is another source of revenue that's drying up. And of course, there is also an indirect effect on tourism, as Western tour companies are canceling package tours to Eastern Europe because it's too close to the war for comfort. Refugees, we've heard in the introduction, it is a big shock to all countries in the region. Romania, I understand that Romania received about 750,000 people, refugees from Ukraine. Poland, about 3 million people. If you put this into perspective, that's a huge number. At the height of the Syrian crisis, Germany received 1.5 million refugees, and Germany has twice the population of Poland, and I believe 4 times the population of Romania. So the scale of refugee flows for recipient countries in the region is constituted a huge shock, and it also constituted a big challenge for governments, not only in terms of logistics, but also in terms of expenditure. And you know, you see here Moldova, which as a small country received the number of refugees equivalent to 15% of its population. Now, the situation is changing a bit. Some refugees are going back, but of course, some are remaining, and the longer the conflict persists, the higher the chance that many of them will stay where they are. And here, let me come back to the opening remarks of our moderator, who was talking about, you know, about this reaction on Instagram, are refugees going to steal jobs from natives in the region? As you can see on the right-hand side, last year, actually, labor markets in in many new EU member states were red hot. Wages, despite COVID, wages were actually growing fast. So labor markets are able to absorb some of the refugees, those who are able to work and are willing to work. And also, if you think about long-term situation, many of the new EU member countries are facing negative, adverse demographic trends. They are getting old before they are getting rich. That means that the population is aging at the level of income that is much lower than the level of income at which advanced economies went through such a transition. So actually, inflow of refugees may be welcome from that perspective. And while it would be a loss of human capital to Ukraine, because we know that typically refugees tend to be younger, more educated, more entrepreneurial, on the other hand, studies shows that refugees and migrants create a bridge between their new country and their old country, promoting flows of trade and investment. So in that sense, if some of the refugees stay, they may help channel investment to Ukraine. So these were the channels. Now let's think about what all of these shocks mean for governments. What these pressure points, how these pressure points translate into choices governments have to make. So the most obvious channel is inflation. When inflation started appearing in the world, that was due to consumers changing their spending patterns, moving away from consuming services towards consuming goods. And that meant that supply could not keep up with demand, and that was putting pressure on prices. Then we had something what in the US is called the Great Resignation. Many workers who left the labor force during COVID were not coming back, so labor shortages, which are felt very acutely in the US and Western Europe. And on top of these two shocks, there is a war which sent energy and food prices sky high. The biggest challenge associated with inflation is that now we don't have a single channel, that we have these very broad-based pressures on inflation and taming. So while inflation is bound to go down, is bound to be lower next year, it is still going to be there. And it's particularly challenging for, again, post-communist countries, so former transition countries, because in the region, anybody who is above 50 remembers hyperinflation of the 1990s. And that means that people adjust their inflationary expectations much faster than people in advanced economies who tend not to remember episodes of high inflation because they haven't experienced them in their lifetime. So what academic research shows that if you experience inflation on the order of 10%, the memory fades. If you experience hyperinflation, the memory stays with you forever. The second pressure point that the governments are facing is the increasing cost of borrowing. So while in February 2020, governments in EBRD regions were able to borrow more cheaply than 5 or even 10 years before, since then the situation has changed and most governments are facing higher cost of rolling over their debt of borrowing. And moreover, these high interest rates mean that the cost of servicing the existing debt is going up, which is crowding out other types of public spending. If you think about a country like Egypt, which saw weakening of its currency, it's facing much higher import prices of food. The government there subsidizes food, subsidizes half of the sales of bread. Suddenly, the government is facing this very difficult choice. Do you continue subsidizing at a very high cost, or do you risk political instability? So that's a very difficult choice. Finally, there are increasing external vulnerabilities. Because of higher import prices, trade deficit is going up, the cost of rolling over debt is going up, and that means that the reserves countries may have may not be sufficient. The projections I showed you at the beginning are where for a fairly optimistic scenario of the war finishing in August, or towards the end of the summer, and then reconstruction starting towards the end of the year. However, under a more pessimistic scenario of disruption of gas supplies, we would see in EBRD regions the gains from post-COVID recovery being completely wiped out. So hopefully it will not come to pass to the red line. I don't want to sound terribly gloomy, even though the situation is severe. So let me finish on a bit more optimistic note and talk about long-term opportunities for countries. And the opportunity comes from the fact that the world has experienced big disruptions to supply chains. And while initially these disruptions were ignored as one-off events, I think now there is a realization that these disruptions are with us to stay. So just to remind you, there was a US-China trade war, then COVID caused big disruptions to supply chains. Then there was a blockage in Suez Canal. Then we have all these extreme weather events, and more of them are likely to happen in the future as climate changes. China still has zero COVID policy, and that means lockdowns in some cities and regions which are important suppliers, and of course now war in Ukraine. And that means that companies are beginning to think seriously about diversifying their supply sources. 30% of German firms are planning to increase the number of suppliers. Among German firms that themselves experience disruption, the figure is 40%. So I think the mindset of companies is changing. And this is an opportunity for the region because, as you see on this graph, many products that Germany imports from China are the products that countries in the region, including Romania, produce. So there is a big opportunity for Romania and other countries around here to grab a bigger share of German export markets as this reshuffling of global chains takes place. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Beata. Thanks. I forgot to tell you that our conference is live broadcasted on our RDCC and EBRD social media accounts, Facebook and LinkedIn. Next, we are going to talk and we'll focus on the implication of war-related shocks, which put livelihoods of persons at risk in Ukraine and beyond. Conflicts often close economic opportunities, disproportionately affecting underserved segments, including refugees. And we'll have some keynote speeches from our special guest. So I invite here on the stage His Excellency Mr. Hiroshi Ueda, Ambassador of Japan and Romania. Please. Please take a seat. Thank you. Shane Dixon, Deputy Chief of Mission, U.S. Embassy, Bucharest. Charlotte Ruhe, Managing Director, Central and Southeastern Europe, EBRD. Please. Barbara Rambousek, Director of Gender and Economic Inclusion, EBRD. and Igor Ostrovsky, Global Head Dentist. I apologize in advance for all the names which I'm not saying it correctly. Welcome to our discussion. We will start with His Excellence, please.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Representative of European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. Distinguished guests, my colleague, dear ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Hiroshi Ueda, a Japanese ambassador to Romania. I'm honored to be part of the conference Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in Central and Eastern Europe, today and tomorrow, organized by the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. A few days ago, we have entered the 5th month of the war of aggression. On the morning of February 24th, the world received the shocking news, and I couldn't believe what I saw on the TV screen. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest sympathy to all the victims of this tragedy. Our hearts also go out to those who were forced to leave their homes and be separated from their families. Right now, the number of Ukrainians who crossed the border and arrived in Romania totals more than 1.1 million, most of whom are women and children. We watched with pain as children who only a day before were going cheerfully to school were forced to hide quietly in improvised underground bunkers or run away from bombs. Mothers were forced to flee wherever they could see, separated from their husbands and sometimes their sons. There are not enough words to describe the ordeals of those who managed to escape from Ukraine and the pain of the families who lost or were separated from their beloved ones. At the same time, I'm deeply impressed to witness how warmly and compassionately the Romanian authorities, international organizations such as EBRD, and NGOs such as the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce, and the Romanian civil society welcome the Ukrainian people. I'd like to thank all of them for their relentless work day by day in Romania. They all have helped the Ukrainian women and children to have a life as close to normal as possible. Right now, more than 2,900 Ukrainian children went to the Romanian schools, and more than 3,000 people have jobs in Romania. I'm certain that this solidarity will continue because there are so many people in need. As Japan's Prime Minister, Mr. Fumio Kishida, recently stated, our country stands with Ukraine. Japan has been part of this global chain of solidarity from the start. We cannot be a bystander, as this is not a problem for Europe, but for the entire world. So far, Japan has accepted more than 1,300 people fleeing the conflict and provided social services to help them integrate into the Japanese society. In response to the crisis in Ukraine, Japan promptly decided to offer $200 million in total for emergency humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and its neighboring countries, including Romania. Recently, the Japanese government decided to extend the financial support, which would reach in total $600 million. Japan's support goes beyond money. At the request of the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, Japan conducted the joint operations to carrying humanitarian relief supplies to Ukrainian people. Just a few days ago, the final flight by Japan's self-defense air forces landed in Romania and completed its mission. More than 90% of Ukrainian refugees are women and children. Women, children, and people with disabilities who are hard to reach with social services have been particularly affected by the current situation in Ukraine. Japan has been supporting gender inclusion projects through the Japan EBRD Cooperation Fund, JECF, and has already contributed about 2.8 million euros from 2016 to this year. A special effort must be made to offer assistance to vulnerable categories, and I'm certain EBRD's initiative will make a difference. I hope that today's conference will give an invaluable opportunity to raise awareness among stakeholders about issues affecting the resilience and livelihood of communities in Ukraine and neighboring countries. I'd like to conclude my words by thanking EBRD for this significant initiative, spotlighting women, children, and people with disabilities. Japan, in collaboration with all our friends, will keep on standing in full solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellence. I will go next to Shane Dixon, Deputy Chief of Mission, U.S. Embassy in Bucharest. It's open.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the staff of the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development for hosting this event and inviting me to participate. I'm honored to be here and reflect together with you on the challenges in addressing diversity and inclusion, particularly in the context of war. I find it very apropos we are discussing this topic as just 10 days ago we celebrated a very important U.S. holiday, Juneteenth, which commemorates the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. Nearly a month after the U.S. Civil War ended, Union Army General Gordon Granger announced General Order No. 3 on June 19, 1865, granting freedom to the final remaining slaves in the United States. The preamble of the U.S. Constitution clearly states that all men are created equal and guarantees their inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yet it took nearly a century after those words were written in a bloody civil war to grant African Americans their freedom. We are still far from fully realizing equality in the United States. But our commitment to establishing a diverse and inclusive democracy in which all our citizens enjoy equal rights has never been stronger. As President Biden said recently, the reason we are strong, the reason we are who we are, is because we are diverse with so many talents. Our strength comes from our diversity. Only through the respect for the human rights and dignity of every individual, irrespective of ethnicity, race, gender, sexual orientation, or disability status, can a society achieve security, economic prosperity, and cultural richness that comes from embracing diversity. It is in historic moments of crisis and challenge, like the U.S. Civil War, and like the moment we are now in Europe, that we discover new areas of common humanity, understanding, and respect. Millions of vulnerable persons, members of religious and ethnic minorities, women and children, elderly, LGBTQI+ persons, and persons with disabilities had to flee Russia's unprovoked war of aggression on Ukraine. Romanian civil society groups, companies, and dedicated government officials have helped humanitarian gaps to support especially vulnerable displaced persons. Those fleeing war are particularly vulnerable to trafficking, sexual and gender-based violence, hate crimes, discrimination, and other forms of abuse. Many stakeholders have mobilized their national networks to provide schooling, shelter, psychosocial and legal support, and employee assistance to vulnerable refugees. Although many of the immediate needs of these vulnerable persons are similar to the general population, there are many that, particularly in the medium term to long term, will require additional sensitivities. The United States government is in constant contact with the Romanian government and international humanitarian organizations to assist displaced populations. And we will continue to support efforts to help people in need of protection, including underserved minorities who are particularly vulnerable to discrimination and human rights abuses. We will continue to provide humanitarian assistance for those affected by the Kremlin's brutal and senseless war, and we will continue to link civil society efforts with the broader response led by the Romanian government. Perhaps even more importantly, long after this war is over, just as we continue to work on our own democracy, we will continue to support the Romanian government and civil society to build a more inclusive and diverse society by elevating the works of champions like Dr. Carmen Gheorghe, an important Roma activist and the recipient of the Secretary of State's International Women of Courage Award, who is tirelessly working to fight against the discrimination toward Roman women and girls as president and co-founder of E-Romja. We still have a long way to go in building a world in which all people are truly equal. But we have a unique opportunity today in this moment of crisis to come together to address this difficult challenge. I am delighted that this conference is exploring not just the moral imperative behind diversity, but also the business case. I know my colleague, Megan Bishop, will be discussing a little later in the day, along with some large and important corporations, some of the economic benefits to building a more diverse and inclusive society. We must seize this opportunity to promote a more just world, not because it is the right thing to do, although it is, but because it is the best way to make our country stronger and more prosperous. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on these important issues.
Thank you very much. We move further to Charlotte Ruhe, Managing Director, Central and Southeastern Europe, EBRD. It is open.
It's on.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to issue a big thanks to our sponsors and our partners who made this event possible. This is our second Regional Diversity and Inclusion Conference, and I'm really delighted to be with you all today. We had a lovely evening last night to sort of kick things off and to learn about the Diversity Chamber of Commerce here in Romania. And I mean, it's really an inspiring story, and we don't have these chambers in many countries of operation. So hats off to you here in Romania, and we're so pleased to be working together with you. And I'm thrilled that so many of our Romanian clients are here, as well as important partners, including governments of Japan and USA. So thank you so much for your opening remarks as well. Now, in EBRD, diversity and inclusion is very high priority. It's one of our strategic priorities in this 5-year period that for us began last year when we sort of look at, we have sort of 5-year plans. And in this tragic situation of the war in Ukraine, of course, it is more important than ever. In early April, right after, as soon as we could after the war began, our board of directors approved a 2 billion euros package for resilience and livelihoods to respond to the war in Ukraine and support Ukraine and affected countries. So what does this package provide? First of all, there is a focus on energy security, and we have made substantial loans to Ukraine and Moldova in particular to help them with their gas supply and keeping the lights on. But it's also for all of the countries in the neighborhood, and we are talking to many about this issue and expect to make many loans in that respect. The second area is capital markets, which is very important because many of our clients access the capital markets for their financing. And while Romania, I must say, has been less affected by this, in the Baltic states, in Poland, markets are extremely difficult at the moment, so we're playing an important role there. The third is responding directly to the flow of refugees to Poland, to Romania, and other neighboring countries by strengthening the ability of the cities in particular to respond with increased infrastructure demands and demand for services. So there we look at providing increased availability of housing, but other services as well. We have an instrument to help the cities with a rapid assessment of their needs, and then we'll work with them on responding to those needs. Then I'd just like to say that we will also be working with the entrepreneurs and SMEs, and this falls under the private sector angle, which is a little bit also capital markets. In Poland in particular, we're reviving our Advice for Small Businesses program to help displaced Ukrainian entrepreneurs. We might be able to do that here as well. Well, we would be able to because we have our Advice for Small Businesses program, which is known to many of you, and we have our representatives from that team here in the room, to help entrepreneurs from Ukraine who are trying to start new businesses in exile or in their displaced locations in Romania. Supporting refugees will continue to be an important priority for us. We will also be looking at working with firms that are employing a large number of refugees. We see this particularly in the retail sector, but we will be working with enterprises as they look for ways to enable particularly the large number of women among the refugee community to access workplace opportunities, including access to childcare, because this is so important. These women are on their own with their children, sometimes with no support. So I think I've covered pretty much everything, and I'd just like to say thanks again to our sponsors, and thank you all for coming today, and looking forward to the discussion where I expect we can learn a great deal from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Barbara Rambousek.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. This is our second Regional Diversity and Inclusion Conference. And I'm really delighted to see our partners, our clients here, because I think very much as Charlotte said, together we can really make a difference. So let me really thank our sponsors in particular as well, CTP, Dentons, the government of Japan, Google, Kaufland, Romania and Moldova, Raiffeisen Bank and also Visa. Thank you very much for that. In December 2019, we actually held our first Diversity and Inclusion Conference in Poland, and we had very good participation. We had active participants and lots of ideas and a very strong commitment to really promote equality of opportunity, gender equality, but really opening up access to economic opportunity for everybody. Little did we know, I have to say, that the world around us was going to change so dramatically just in the few months to come after that. First, of course, with the COVID crisis, and we know that the COVID crisis really has dialed back many of the advances that we have made over many, many years on gender equality, on equality of opportunity, with women shouldering the bulk of the care work, but also being substantially affected by the lockdowns and the types of jobs that basically had to be cut. but also young people finding the transition into education much harder. And just in a way, as we are emerging from this pandemic and from this huge crisis, and in a way also begin to better understand, have more data on what exactly happened during this pandemic in relation to equality of opportunity. It is just at this point that we were hit by another crisis, which is the war in Ukraine, that really has made a huge impact on all of us, certainly across the region, but really globally as well, as we've heard from Beata as well. So there are shocks coming on top of shocks in a way, and all those impacting and intersecting in relation to the impact they have on those people who would, under normal circumstances, find it much harder to access jobs and skills on economic opportunities. So in a way, if we look at all these new shocks that are hitting our region, we also, in a way, mustn't understand or forget and omit that there are longer-term trends and longer-term factors that also very much impact on economic opportunities for everybody, on equality of opportunity. One of them clearly is digitalization. And as we will hear from Beata a bit later on, digitalization can create huge opportunities for some, but also massive challenges for others. So in a way, we need to imagine this as another layer in that makes the focus and the promotion of equality of opportunity even more complex. And then, of course, climate change is the other one, with this transition towards a green and clean economy being very, very complex. And again, creating opportunities for some, green skills, green jobs, but also really creating a risk for others to be left behind. And I think the important thing at this conference today is that we bring together those different aspects and those different themes and look at how they intersect, try to understand what does it actually mean for our region, for the people across our region that want to access economic opportunities. What do those intersecting trends, challenges, but also shorter-term shocks mean? As Charlotte has mentioned, EBRD has put together a €2 billion resilience and livelihoods package in response to the war in Ukraine. However, we also have a strong strategic focus on promoting or supporting people, communities and businesses that are affected by crisis and by longer-term stresses. And this is something that is very central to the new equality of opportunity strategy that we just launched at the end of last year, which really sets out how we actually, through our investment, through our engagement with clients, through our policy engagements, how we try to ensure that everybody is able to access economic opportunities regardless of their circumstances. There are 3 key ways in which we do that. By working with our clients, who very often are employers, we look at access to skills and jobs for people from different backgrounds, but also at the same time enabling our clients to tap into the entire talent pool and really find talent where it is and to build talent in order for them to be able to expand, to innovate and ultimately to grow. We look at access to entrepreneurship and finance, particularly for women entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, those in less developed regions, but also, for example, now supporting refugees from Ukraine to somehow maintain the SMEs, the companies that they already had, to support them through this crisis, possibly in the transition of their companies into Poland, into Romania, into other countries. And then the third area, very important, is access to vital services. And here we really look at energy security, food security, but also infrastructure, ICT connectivity, to make sure that these services are provided in an inclusive way and really are open for everybody to use. Maybe just very briefly some examples of how we actually do that. In Moldova and Romania, Poland, but also the Baltic region, we actually work with clients across a range of different sectors, from agribusiness to retail, but also other sectors, to open up job opportunities. And very often we find clients are actually very keen to employ refugees. To offer training opportunities, from language training to some technical training, to enable our clients to work with local employment agencies or jobs platforms, to look at childcare provision, as Charlotte mentioned, but also to provide legal advice, both to Ukrainian workers, but also to potential employers, to make sure that all regulations are followed. And in this context, I think digitalization, this is where we come back to the other challenges, but also the opportunities that digitalization or the green economy can bring. Digitalization can offer a number of different mechanisms and tools to actually support these efforts. When we look at skills for the future, when we look at online jobs platforms, but also when we look at inclusive and sustainable cities, smart infrastructure solutions, and digital connectivity, all these factors are very, very interwoven into how we actually engage with our clients, how we plan and how we structure our projects. Partnerships are key, of course, in this context, and I'm very pleased that we just recently signed a new memorandum of understanding with the International Organization for Migration, who is also represented here and from whom we will hear a bit later today. So we do this jointly. We all bring our value propositions, the things that we are very good at, the things that we can put on the table to together actually really achieve the maximum impact that we can. And of course, we continue to work with our existing partners, many of who are here today on this very important agenda. So thank you very much, and I very much look forward to today and the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll listen now to Igor Ostrovsky, Global Head, Dentos, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. Big thanks to EBRD and to the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce, because I think these issues, important issues surrounding diversity and inclusion, are often lost in the big stories of war. And when I heard about this conference, I immediately wanted to attend, because I feel we have to do everything we can to voice the issues that surround diversity and inclusion at these difficult moments of time. And I also wanted to thank very much Beata Javorcik for the presentation, because that really was a beautiful introduction to the issues which the private sector faces in these turbulent times. So if you don't mind, I'd like to focus a little bit on the private sector's perspective as the only representative here, but also add a few words from my side, and being a lawyer, to tell you what actually professional services, legal and professional services industries can do in these difficult times. So, as you know, the private sector spent years trying to grasp with issues surrounding racial injustices, unemployment, poverty, pandemic, natural disasters, crime, and we're only beginning to understand what the role of the private sector is in the realm of so many global issues. But I think everyone was completely shocked and surprised by yet another challenge, which is the war, and that I think the private sector was not prepared for from a CSR perspective. And I think what we are now facing is the need to really redefine CSR and see how can we play a role in the new times. And what I'm trying to say is that it's not about complying with sanctions. That I think is even beyond discussion. That's just the law. That's something we have to do. But what can we do beyond that? And you probably have seen, and actually a number of our sponsors today have already taken action to close unsanctioned businesses. And I think that is a first important step in the path to redefining CSR. Whether this was done under consumer pressure or not, I think is a secondary question. But the fact that business is responding to those issues is an important issue to stress. And of course, we have to be a part of this discussion. And it's great that we have such amazing sponsors. We're, as Dentons, proud to be a sponsor of this conference. But again, I don't think that's enough. That's a great beginning. But we need to do more. And it was interesting to see, I looked at the US Chamber of Commerce tracker. It actually showed that since February 24th, the private sector has already delivered over $1 billion in expertise, capabilities, community resources, and cash to assist in the different humanitarian relief efforts. That, I think, is already a perfect next step. And the one other aspect we see is employment of refugees, and great effort being undertaken by different private sector stakeholders in Central and Eastern Europe to try to welcome the refugees who arrive in Central Eastern Europe, Poland and Russia, Poland and Romania especially. But we need to, again, think what we can do more. And what I wanted to propose as a sort of topic for discussion is redefining CSR to ensure that we can actually engage with our partners, with our contractors, but mostly with our employees to team up and start taking action on the ground. Because there, I think the private sector has the ability to make a significant impact on the ground. So I'm not going to start talking about other businesses, but I'm happy to share what we do and as a law firm. And Dentons, you probably don't know, it's the largest firm in the world, so we have over 20,000 employees. So it gives us the ability to try to work with our employees, with our contractors, with our clients, with our partners on issues which we consider dear to our hearts. The one thing that we do is, of course, pro bono work. And that's something that I think lawyers and different law firms have been doing for ages. But the issue that we've been tackling for the past maybe 5, maybe 7 years was how to combine pro bono with diversity and inclusion. And there is actually a number of quite significant projects that we have managed to undertake on diversity and inclusion subjects, such, for example, gay and lesbian rights, where we have undertaken strategic litigation to try to either combat hate speech, hate crime, or support changes of law that will enhance diversity and inclusion, like the right to marry, and different, let's say, programs trying to tackle the issues that we see, for example, in Poland with this rather peculiar idea of creating LGBT-free zones that, let's say, remind us of other free zones we've had in the past in history. That is not an example we'd like to follow. So there is a number of things that lawyers in professional service industry can actually do to help. But what I wanted to concentrate on is really working with affinity groups and supporting grassroots initiatives. I'm sure you all know, but I'll just sort of quickly remind us that diversity and inclusion in the corporate and professional environment really has to be based on grassroots work. So we at Dentons, for example, put a lot of emphasis on working with affinity groups, so groups that are created by minorities, for minorities, as safe spaces, but we like to call them maybe brave spaces, where those members of the community can actually do some good and tell the employer what can be done. So rather than doing something top down, where the management thinks what they can do to enhance diversity and inclusion, listen from bottoms up. And of course, LGBT is a great example. At Dentons, the affinity group was called GLOW, which is a funny, let's say, abbreviation of gay, lesbian, or whatever. And we've actually managed to do quite a number of projects with Dentons, but outside Dentons. And the one I wanted to focus on is the work we've done with Equiversity Foundation. Equiversity, again, is a play of words between equality and diversity. In Polish, they are almost identical. So this foundation sort of is a twist of that. And the aim was to try to promote different NGOs working in the region who may not have the voice to actually fundraise and get their stories heard. So the role of the foundation was to amplify that voice and help them to fundraise, to fight, for example, these LGBT free zones. And we have to remember that these free zones are not Warsaw, Krakow, or Gdańsk. They're in little small parts of Poland where you really need those people on the ground in the small areas to fight against these disgusting, let's say, tendencies. So just when we started working with Equiversity, the war broke out. So immediately we decided to start focusing on the Ukraine, and found a number of amazing work that people on the ground have been doing to support the LGBT community in the Ukraine. And you come to think of it, well, you know, in times of war, why do we need to worry about this? And well, this is a war in 21st century in completely different social and economic circumstances than what we remember from the Second World War. And actually the LGBT community in Ukraine is hurt quite significantly. And let me give you an example, the trans community. We have a, you would think that maybe that's a minor issue in the big things of war, but you have people who are transitioning. You have people who need drugs. If they don't have drugs on a daily basis, they can significantly deteriorate their health. It's even endangering lives. Of course, not talking about, you know, health issues such as, you know, HIV treatment. But you have a number of trans community members who were born with an M on their birth certificate and are unable to leave despite the fact that they are unfit for service. So again, you need to help them. And we've teamed up together with Dentons and Equiversity to try to assist them, not only from a legal perspective, not only to try to see how we can help them to either stay or leave or find a new way of life within the realms of war, but also to create what we call LGBT bunkers throughout Ukraine, to try to support them when they on the ground, and to provide professional stipends for activists who are working on the ground there. And why am I saying this? Because I think this is an example of where you have an affinity group going grassroots saying, look, there's an issue. There's an issue which we need to focus on that no one actually focused on before. And a corporation is there then to amplify it and to say, yeah, that's an issue we want to work with. And that's where the CSR tools can really be brought in to make a change. So I hope we'll hear many other stories of corporations and private sector going in to support diversity and inclusion. And I very much urge you to take a look at what Equiversity is doing as an example. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your words. In the next, I think, 15 minutes, we'll have a coffee break. So enjoy your coffees. And we came back to see the presentation of EBRD Transition Report 2021-2022. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are back at our second regional conference, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion in Central and Eastern Europe, organized by European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. In the following minutes, I please again Beata to join me here to present the EBRD Transition Report 2021-2022, titled System Upgrade, Delivering the Digital Dividend. Please.
Thank you. Hello? Okay, it's working, great. So the Transition Report is our annual flagship publication. It is devoted to a different theme each year, and typically it's a theme that is of high relevance to our countries of operations. In the past, we've done reports on governance, on this return of the state during the COVID pandemic, and this is the latest one devoted to the topic of digitalization. You may be wondering why this report is being presented here. Well, and that's because there is a link between equality and digitalization. One of the messages emerging from the report is that while digitalization creates a lot of opportunities, there is a real danger that some people will be left behind as the process of technological progress goes forward. So the report consists of several parts. The first one is devoted to documenting differences in digitalization, both between and as well as within countries. So there is more than one way to measure where countries are in terms of their digitalization. You can look at things such as number of subscriptions to broadband internet, so fast internet relative to population size, and you can see Western Europe in very dark colors with very high number of subscriptions, and then much lighter colors going further east and south. You can look at number of or penetration of 4G technologies. Again, you see quite big differences. And here the differences are not only across countries, but they are also within countries. There are typically metropolitan areas are well covered, while rural areas are less well covered. Or you can come up with a comprehensive index, as we did for the purposes of the report, where we look at the legal framework, we look at e-government, we look at usage of e-services by firms, we look at skills and so on and so forth. And what's quite striking is that within the regions where we operate, there are huge differences. So there is Estonia on the one hand, whose progress has been even greater than that of advanced economies. And then you have countries such as Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, which are lagging behind India or South Africa in that respect. Romania is somewhere in the middle, but certainly there is room for Romania to catch up. Not surprisingly, countries' progress, or where countries are in terms of digitalization, is closely related to their levels of income. You see the red dots, these are the advanced economies, and then blue dots, which are EBRD regions. Again, if you draw a line, a regression line through the dots, you see that Romania is doing somewhat less well than what you would expect given its level of income. So if you are below the line, you're doing less well than countries of similar levels of income. Now, of course, the world is not standing still, and countries, even advanced economies, have increased this process of digitalization. But sort of the ranking of countries is more or less preserved. You see that sort of middle-income countries have made most progress between 2015 and 2020. But again here, Romanian progress was a bit less than what you would have expected given where it was in 2015. Now, one of my favorite statistics, actually, if I look at digital economy, is online shopping. Online shopping is useful because it reflects skills of the population. So in the UK, about 90% of people purchase something online. In Eastern Europe, about 60%. In Western Balkans, only a quarter of people. And when we try to dig deeper and we ask people, you know, why haven't you bought something online? People told us, we don't know how to do that. So the lack of skills was, in many cases, more important than concerns about payment security. Because you can deal, you know, if you are worried if you are worried about prepaying and never seeing the delivery, this problem can be solved. You can pay on delivery. But the problem of skills, it's much harder to solve. And what is very striking is the difference between households of different levels of income in terms of whether or not they make online purchases. And this is what you see on this graph. So in the dark, you see the dark blue lines, which is information for 2020, and then you see the lighter lines, which is information 5 years ago. So even though everybody is shopping more online, poorer people tend to shop less. And this relationship between income and the likelihood of online shopping has been preserved. So countries are making progress in digitalization, but not evenly. Not evenly. Moreover, you see big differences across various educational groups. Again, if you have college education, you are more than twice as likely to shop online than if you only have finished primary school. And here, my favorite, age. I think this is a huge deal in this region because adverse demographic trends mean that we will need people in new EU member states working longer, right? Because we need to finance pensions. If we want growth, we need older workers to stay in the labor market. And yet, as you see here, digital skills, proxied here by online shopping, are much weaker among people who are between 55 and 74 years of age than among younger workers. And this is just one way of seeing this. There are other surveys, for instance, PISA surveys of adult skills, which show exactly the same pattern. While in transition countries, young people have skills very comparable to young people in advanced economies, among older workers, these digital skills are much less advanced in the region. I think that is a big issue. And that also means that as we have made a lot of progress during the corona pandemic, there is a danger that older workers will be pushed out of the labor market. There is also a big difference between rural and urban areas. So here you see the percent on the vertical axis is the difference between share of households in cities that have broadband internet and share of households in rural areas. So again, as the process of digitalization progresses, we may leave people behind, people in rural areas, because they don't have access to the same kind of infrastructure. Now, there are various, in different countries, various constraints on digitalization are present. But again, what is very striking is that in many post-communist countries, skills are an issue. And indeed, in Romania, among the 4 components of the digitalization index we produced for the report, skills are the most binding. So to give you a summary of the sort of first part is, when we talk about promoting digitalization, we often talk about rollout of broadband internet, of fiber optic cable, but actually focusing on skills is equally important because otherwise we will leave behind people in rural areas, people who have less income, people who have less education, and older workers. Now let me focus more on structural changes that technological progress has been bringing to our economies. It probably comes as no surprise that technological progress has already been reshaping our economies. In this graph, we grouped sectors by whether or not they were digitally intensive, and we looked at growth of employment between 2011 and 2019, and we compared those digitally intensive sectors to those sectors that are not digitally intensive. And the pattern you see is quite telling. In very many countries, you see digitally intensive sectors being the ones that are creating employment, while the other sectors are shrinking. Employment there is shrinking. So that's a structural change in the economy. Some sectors are expanding, some sectors are shrinking. Now, such a structural change in the economy means that workers need to move from one sector to another. But in order to get a job in this other sector, you need skills. And I think that's a very important point. Now, when we compare workers in our countries of operations, and if you look at how they get training, when it comes to free training that you can get from, various IT companies, they are as likely as their counterparts in advanced economies to take such training. They are less likely to pay themselves for training. But what is very telling are the two graphs marked in red. You see that while in advanced economies, employers pay for training, for digital training a lot, and people get a lot of training on the job, so firms organize training internally. This is much less prevalent in EBRD countries of operations. And these are mostly Central, Southeastern Europe and Turkey. And perhaps the reason for that is that employers don't want to invest in training workers because they are worried that workers will go to somebody else who will pay them more, or they will emigrate. And speaking of emigration, we had access to LinkedIn data where we can observe people, we observe where people live, we observe whether or not they move. And we see to what country they move, based on what kind of employment they post. We also see their skills. So based on the LinkedIn data, we classified people as those who possess digital skills, so tech skills, those who have disruptive tech skills. So disruptive tech skills, this is algorithm, this is AI, this is nanotechnology. And then we looked at what countries are importing these kind of people and what countries are exporting these kind of people. And I'm sure that this picture comes as no surprise to you. Advanced economies are importing people with disruptive digital skills, with general digital skills, while EBRD regions, right, including this sub-region, this part of the world, are the countries that are exporting educated individuals. Now, during COVID, we all experienced big disruption, big change to the way we work. And those of us who were fortunate to have jobs that they could still do during COVID were working from home to a large extent. What quite surprised me was that when we did a survey of workers last year, we found that in many transition countries, people were a lot of people worked from home. So the statistics show that, if you look at Turkey, the share of people who worked from home was very similar to what was found in Australia. So our countries embraced working from home very much. Why does it matter? Well, it matters because now that we cross this psychological threshold to hybrid working, to having remote workers, what prevents a firm in London from hiring someone in Romania or in Warsaw, right? Or a firm in Madrid, or a firm in Munich? I think there is a huge potential for this region to export services through remote working. And this is much easier for this region than for other countries, because within EU, travel is easy, because we have the same data protection laws. That's incredibly important in business if you are a remote worker and you need to work with data. And we are in the same time zone. So I actually think that while people worry about globalization being rolled back, I actually think that we are going to see more exports of services through remote working coming from this region. What's also interesting is that people who work from home, they feel more productive, right? So, before, firms were very unwilling to embrace remote working because bosses were worried that people would do nothing while sitting at home. Employees were worried that they would never get promoted if the boss didn't see them. But now I think there's lots of evidence suggesting that people are very productive when they work from home. Part of that productivity comes from saving commuting time, because a third of people uses the time they would have spent getting to work working. And very similar evidence from our countries of operation as well as from advanced economies. What's also interesting is, especially for those of you who represent employers, is that people view working from home as a benefit. And most people think it is equivalent to a 5% pay rise. So if you're an employer and you can't give people a nice pay increase this year, by allowing them to work from home for part of the week, you are actually making them happy. And not surprisingly, you see that people value working from home more if they have more education, if they have children, if they are younger, or if they are female, because for obvious reasons. And if you look at the structure of jobs, you see that women are more likely to be in jobs that can be done remotely, as are young people. Now, what we also see from our surveys is that while workers are very enthusiastic about working from home, employers are less. Employers are actually much more circumspect. And here, these are results of a survey where we ask workers, how many days a week do you think your employer will allow you to be at home, versus how much you would like to be at home yourself if you had flexibility. And the difference is about 1 day a week. Now, finally, let me say that this big structural change that I started this chapter with is not ending. If anything, we need to brace ourselves for more shocks, for more change. A lot of discussions have taken place in advanced economies about jobs being vulnerable to automation. I think there is much less discussion in the region, but according to our calculations, actually, EBRD countries of operation are as exposed to automation and AI automation as advanced economies. So it's not because they have similar employment structure, right? It actually, in post-communist countries, you see manufacturing being more important than countries of similar levels of income. And that means that automation of production process is something that is going to come and is going to bring big changes, big structural changes. So again, we will be seeing flows of workers from shrinking sectors, from sectors where automation will limit employment, to sectors, probably services, where more jobs will be created. Okay. Note that this working from home will also have implications for cities, for city centers. In EBRD regions, one of the striking patterns we saw is that capital cities, major cities, are growing. That's where per capita income is increasing faster than in the rest of the country. They are increasing in size, productivity is going up. But in secondary cities, the sort of smaller cities, often we observe shrinkage. And I wonder whether the ability to work from home is not going to increase attractiveness of smaller cities. Because if your commute is now taking place, twice a week, or maybe once a week, instead of every day, you can afford to live further away. And obviously in smaller cities, real estate is cheaper, and you can afford a much bigger place to live. So this actually could lead to a revival of smaller cities, and cities could be competing for inhabitants with, sometimes with taxes, sometimes with creating amenities, with offering better services. Now let me talk a bit more about firms, how firms are affected by digital presence of digital infrastructure. So here we did two studies. One was on Turkey. In Turkey, the government invested very heavily in fiber optic cable. They increased availability of this cable, but the progress was uneven. So in some provinces, there was a lot of fiber optic cable rollout. In some, there was less. And we looked at how this availability of broadband internet access affected firms' foreign trade. And what you see is that firms that got access to fast internet because it came to their region increased exports more than firms in other locations. They increase the number of products they export, and they export more products to more countries. And as you would expect, this is driven particularly by small firms, right? Because large firm can afford to visit a foreign country, to look for customers. They have enough profit, enough funds to undertake the cost of finding new customers in foreign markets. For SMEs, that cost is often prohibitive. So therefore, if they can lower this cost through by using internet to search for information, that's useful. Now, we did another study where we looked at access to 4G signal. And we had very detailed data where we knew exactly where the towers emitting 4G signals were. And then we could look at firms, like you see in this circle, that there were, this gray circle was showing firms that are covered by 4G signals, and then we would look at firms that were not covered, just because they were somewhat far away from the tower sending the signal. So often these firms were, in the same part of city, they were even on the same street. And then we asked, has it made a difference to them, the fact that this 4G signal came to their neighborhood? And the answer was yes. For very small firms, they tended to increase employment. And here, the idea is again similar, that if you can do a lot of searches on your phone, and if you are a firm operating in services industry, it's easier for customers to find you, it's easier for you to find customers, it lowers information costs. Moreover, services firms that benefited from being covered by 4G signal, they were more likely to introduce new products and services. So when we talk about the benefits that are brought by infrastructure, they often accrue disproportionately to SMEs because they lower the cost of obtaining information, of finding customers abroad. Moreover, in follow-on study, we have found that they make it easier for firms to find suppliers, and that increases the competitiveness of the market. In the last chapter of this report, we look specifically at fintech, so at alternative financial services. And what's quite surprising is that some countries that you would not expect, Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, have relatively very active fintech sector. So if you look at alternative funding per year as a percentage of GDP, Armenia, Georgia, and Moldova are similar to China, right? Then obviously you see US, UK, and Cyprus being still active in fintech space. These are larger countries, so for them the percentage is smaller. In many other countries where we are operating, including Romania, the fintech sector is still very, very small. Though, of course, it is related to income level. So countries which are richer tend to have more developed fintech sector, and Romania is roughly where you would expect it to be given its GDP per capita. Fintech sector is well developed in two types of markets. It's well developed either in countries that are quite advanced, that have very sophisticated financial sector, so think about, for instance, US or UK, or in countries that have underdeveloped financial sectors, so think about Moldova, Armenia, Georgia, and there fintech becomes a substitute rather than a complement for traditional banking sector. Well, what we also see is that in our countries of operation, if there is a fintech sector, it is all about debt, not about equity. And that, you know, in this part of the world, equity markets are underdeveloped. A lot of financing happens through that. And fintech is exacerbating this or perpetuating this bias. Every few years, we do a survey of banks in our countries of operations. We interview CEO and we ask them what's on their mind, what's their biggest concern, what they spend their time on. For almost half of CEOs we interviewed, it is automation and robotization. That is the biggest issue. They are thinking of ways how to cut costs through automation, through replacing human beings in bank branches with an automated service that you can call or reach through your computer. And if you look at, when we ask them, do you expect the number of branches in your bank to increase or to decline or to stay the same, you see that in Southeast Europe, that Romania is included there, more than half of CEOs want to cut the number of bank branches. So move more towards online banking, towards automated customer service, rather than having actually people sitting behind a counter. That's quite different, for instance, from Central Asia or Turkey, or countries or Eastern Europe and Caucasus, where the sectors are still less developed, so banks are still increasing the number of branches. Now, innovation is great, and it can cut costs, it can bring services to more people, but, you know, these opportunities are also associated with some challenges, right? And there is a dark side of fintech. If it's incredibly easy to take a loan online, and if the sector is completely unregulated, it is very easy for people to find themselves in a debt spiral. They because nobody keeps track of how much you borrow online, you can actually over-borrow without various lenders knowing about this. So I think here there is a need for government to watch this space and to regulate this space. Also, if you think about banks using an algorithm, giving you a credit score, an algorithm deciding whether or not you are worthy of a mortgage loan, if this algorithm is trained on data that comes from the past, where there was some bias in lending, these biases will be perpetuated. We've done a study, a randomized controlled trial in Turkey, where we asked loan officers to evaluate hypothetical loan applications. And what we noticed was that when they were evaluating applications from women, they always asked for more collateral. So this is then when the application, which looked identical, these were fake applications that we produced, then when a man's name was on the application. So there are biases and algorithms can perpetuate them. Of course, we know all about privacy issues. Also in fintech, in any network-based industry, winner takes it all. So there is a real possibility that firms will abuse their market power. So again, the need for regulation. Blockchain, well, when we were writing the report, cryptocurrencies were more attractive. Now they lost some value and they are less attractive. But nevertheless, there is the dark side of cryptocurrencies, which comes from their impact on climate. So it's not only that they are energy intensive, it's not only that people mining cryptocurrencies are often keeping old coal power plants alive because they locate next to it to have cheap electricity. It's also that because the hardware is used so intensively, it needs replacement very frequently. So that also creates a lot of need for more replacement that's not environmentally friendly. And of course, there is the the idea that digital currencies may be used by the underworld. So to conclude this presentation, I tried to convince you that differences in digitalization are not only between countries, but they also exist within countries. And these are differences in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of skills. And there is a real danger that as the progress continues to happen, some people will be left behind. There is a skills constraint, and there is a bit of a vicious circle. Firms not investing because they expect workers to leave, and workers often enthusiastically migrate outside. So that's something that poses constraint on countries. I mentioned to you that structural changes associated with digitalization have been happening, but more is to come. We are not done, and therefore we need to keep that in mind when thinking about our educational systems, and in particularly adult education, so that people are able to adjust to the changing structure of the economy. And finally, I was mentioning that there are huge differences across our countries of operation in terms of fintech. Fintech is great, but of course there is also a dark side to fintech. So thank you very much.
Again. So, I think it's time to open our first panel conversation, Digitalization, Disabilities, and the Future of Work. And for this, I will invite my speakers to join me. Andreea Baciu, Chief Cultural Officer, UiPath. Please, Andreea. Esther Angelescu, Recruiting and Employer Branding Director, Kaufland, Romania and Moldova. Please. Mihai Tomescu, President, National Agency of Persons with Disabilities. Welcome. Helena Unguranu, Country Manager, Visa Romania. And Ana Dumitrache, Country Head, CTP Romania. Well, this panel discussion will outline current and future challenges and opportunities facing the country in terms of inclusion, including, and digitalization. We know there are so many disabled people who have strong skills and qualities, some of which can be particularly well suited to high-quality digital tech employment. However, a considerable number of these people remain unemployed, underemployed, or unsupported in education and employment. And this represents a huge loss of talent. I will start with Andreea Baciu, the Chief Cultural Officer of UiPath, and I know, Andrea, that you have a video. We want to watch it.
The robots were going to ruin everything. Remember? Dehumanize everything. Replace people. Except this funny thing happened. They saw humanity where others couldn't. Look at these faces. What do you see? Here's what the robots see. They see potential. They say, I like your brain. I like your intense focus and your extreme attention to detail. I wish I had more people like you. Here's one of the great things about robots. They don't discriminate. They don't see color or gender or even autism. They just see who you can be. This isn't charity we're talking about. This is opportunity. This is about tapping the minds of young adults with autism, half of whom are currently unemployed. This is about UiPath working to help make that happen, to give jobs and training and empowerment to people who can make a difference in a company and whose lives can be changed along the way by a good day's work, by a paycheck earned, by the feeling every one of us gets when we are valued for who we are. This isn't just about autism. It's about what each of us is capable of when given a chance.
Andrea, working at a global robotic process and automation company, it's, in your opinion, how leaders of the future use automation to build great teams enabling inclusion?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Hello, everybody. I hope you do have some inspiration, good food for thought for what you can do when you go back to your places. I wanted to share this video with you because in images and in words, we can actually see the power of doing good. And I'm representing here just the work of our team members that took at core this mission of helping others become a better version of themselves. And I honestly believe that we have a responsibility to contribute, especially those of us in positions of power, in private and public sectors and in government. So with UiPath, we've tapped into a talent that people that are neurologically challenged, especially with autism, and we tapped into those talents that they have above all on top of anybody here in the room. And they have three things that none of us are as good as they are at those. One is attention to detail, one is pattern recognition, And the third one is really having joy in doing the same thing over and over again. They do take satisfaction by doing those things. So with UiPath, in this automation space, robotic process automation, what we did was we've reached out to a company out there. It's in the United States. I truly hope we can bring this program in Central Europe as well. And we work with those that are in its mission really responsible to help people with autism get jobs. And their mission being increasing employability. We came in with our technology and we made this beautiful blend of human and robots working together, tapping into their talents, augmenting their support, enabling them through technology. We have hundreds of people that are now going back, really satisfied with their contribution to work, having a meaningful job and being able to provide for their families. Imagine only just this element of knowing you can contribute and earn a salary and really be socially independent, even if you have this neurologically challenged situation. So we are humbled by the work we've done, and we truly hope that in Europe we can find a partner we can do them with. We will bring the technology, and if you can bring the audience, we are more than happy to deploy this with whoever thinks this is important for us to do.
I'm so curious how they react and how their families react.
They themselves loved it in the first place because they had control over somebody else than themselves. It wasn't a human interaction and a robot interaction separately. We put it together and we educated and trained them to use the robots and coordinate the work that they do. So they had control over robot, and together they identified the tasks that can be automated. So at the end of the day, with every day that went by, with them understanding what the robot can do for them, with seeing the magic on screens, with them just doing nothing but looking at it, they've had such a level of joy in doing work better supported by robots. And it was amazing. And then I happened to meet the mother of somebody who experienced the program and is now having a job. And she was like, you don't know how much change in good you brought to our family, because he comes home now super happy for him being able to support himself and not being dependent on family members to help him go by the life. So it's just beyond profitability and numbers and growth and whatever. It's what we have to do with people that need our support for them to live a better life.
It's about the people. Thank you, Andrea. I am moving forward to Estera Angelescu. Sorry, Angela, is the Recruiting and Employer Branding Director at Kaufland, Romania and Moldova. And before entering in discussion, Estera, I know that you also prepared a video, so let's see it.
M-am născut cu o dizabilitate care se numește sindrom TAR.
Este vorba despre cifoză, o dizabilitate a zonei posterioare.
Am o deficiență de auz.
Mă deplasez într-un scaun rulant.
Am o deficiență accentuată de auz.
Dizabilitatea de care sufăr se numește elifantiazis.
Am ajuns să fiu total nevăzător.
Kaufland se mândrește cu titlul de angajator de top în România, acordat de Top Employers Institute din Olanda. Începând cu anul 2019, am demarat programul Acces, angajare de candidați cu cerințe și evoluții speciale. Astfel, deschidem larg ușa persoanelor cu dizabilități la diverse posturi în toate departamentele din cadrul companiei și în toate punctele noastre de lucru din țară. Vorbim despre persoane cu orice fel de dizabilitate, deficiențe locomotorii, ortopedice, de auz, deficiențe de vedere, persoane cu sindrom Down și multe altele. În prezent, avem în echipa noastră peste 400 de colegi cu dizabilități, de la care învățăm în fiecare zi că dizabilitatea poate fi oricând transformată în abilitate atunci când ești în echipa potrivită.
În echipa Kaufland m-am simțit respectat și apreciat, încă de la început, de la interviul de angajare chiar.
Nu știam dacă aș putea fi potrivită să lucrez aici. Însă am aplicat. Am fost chemată la un interviu care a decurs foarte bine.
Deficiența mea auditivă nu m-a piedicat să obțin acest job la Kaufland.
Sunt caseriță într-unul din magazinele Kaufland din București, alături de o echipă de care sunt foarte mândră și care mă face să mă simt fericită și împlinită.
M-am integrat foarte ușor în echipa Kaufland.
M-am bucurat să întâlnesc aici persoane amabile și foarte atente la nevoile mele.
Le pasă de acum de păsără, că te curat, la amăpălă.
Sunt foarte bucuros să fac parte din această echipă și țin să-mi arăt recunoștința față de un angajator care este atât de atent față de noi, de persoanele cu dizabilități.
It's so impressive, Andrea. It's so impressive. My question for you is, could you explain to us where are the pathways for companies to support the inclusion of the people with disabilities, and how can an organization in the private sector leverage partnership to ensure professional and social integration of people with disabilities?
Hello everybody. I'm happy to be today here with you. Thank you for the invitation of being also a speaker and telling you a little bit more about our Access program. We started it in 2019, as it was also mentioned in the video, and now we have over 400 people that joined our company, joined our team. A few of them you could see in the video. It all started in autumn 2019. We were talking together with our board of directors of how we could change a little bit the way that people with disabilities are integrated on the Romanian market. And we were at that point the major private employer, and we wanted to be a trendsetter in this direction, so that we first aligned the project that we were thinking of with a strategy that our company had in the following years. We started a pilot in the main cities of Romania and also got in touch with NGOs to find out more about the needs of people with disabilities, what we should provide for them when they come to join our company. Then we took homeworks for home and also discussed them with different departments inside our company, starting from the sales to the logistics and also our headquarters, and identified some jobs that could apply for their needs. So we designed special jobs for these people. We also adjusted the working place, the social rooms that they could also use while they are maybe in the break, while chatting with a colleague or eating lunch, for example. And afterwards, we started dedicated recruitment events in all the major cities of Romania. We went there together with an NGO that helped us also to have those discussions with them, to understand their needs better, and also made them familiar with our Kaufland world. And there were dedicated recruiting events, and afterwards we also designed job descriptions that we also made public and communicated through social media. We had communication campaign on Access, and a lot of people came to us and we started to move forward. A major part of our project was also identifying assistive technology that could help us go further, and we have also a lot of partnerships with local NGOs, with association, with the public sector also. For example, we have a great partnership with the Association of the Deaf People in Romania. And they are also providing us with an app that help our colleagues that can't really speak to our clients maybe or to their colleagues to get in touch with a translator, ASAP, and also have that translation done immediately. Another partnership that we are very proud of is the one with .lumen, and for this we also brought a video today. If it's possible, we could also see that.
I was born blind. There are indeed things which are a bit harder for me than for you. For example, going to shopping. Those big stores are a great challenge for a blind person because it's a lot of input. There is a lot of space, a lot of people, a lot of angles and products and objects.
The guide dog by its features is unanimously seen as great, but because of a few drawbacks, there are only 28,000 guide dogs to 40 million blind people. Here at Lumen, we build a solution using technology that mimics the main advantages of the guide dog without the drawbacks that make it a non-scalable solution. You can't simulate everything, you need to put it in real-life scenarios, and we found the right partner to help us with this. We are happy to be working with Kaufland Romania and Moldova in order to test our system and to further develop it to accessibilize the life of many, many blind individuals.
When we met the Lumen team, we realized that our goals were very much aligned, and now we work to reach this immense task of making our environment accessible for both our customers and our employees.
Take me to the milk. I loved it, especially the feedback was nice and fast. It seemed for me a bit like gaming, and I even imagined a kind of treasure hunt. But first of all, we have to hunt with this new technology the greatest treasure for a person with a disability, the independence. Take me to the checkout.
And that is the payoff. To see the smiles, to see the impact that it brings. And this is just the beginning. So many more things to be done on the long road ahead.
Yes, it's a nice project. It's in progress, so it will come more of it. Another direction that we also followed, we organized last May in 2021 the first accessibility hackathon. Some of you maybe have heard of it. We were the first company that launched this competition for young tech people who could help us code and develop some application for people with disabilities in order for them to find a job and also get integrated more easily on the Romanian market. Yeah, these are some of the direction that we followed. We are looking for more, and we are open if there are people in the room or somebody watching us that can see also projects that we could help with in this direction. We are very open to do that.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Estera, thank you. Okay, we have also here Mihai Tomescu, who is the president of National Agency of People with Disabilities. Mihai, Romania expanded protection for employees with disability in the past years, introducing a quota for the employment of disabled people and requiring reasonable adjustments, adapting workplaces, work schedules, and tasks. In your view, what should be the priorities and practices to effectively protect and promote the rights of persons with disabilities from a regulatory point of view?
Thank you very much for the invitation. And let me give you some words regarding the presented reports before answering your question. I really enjoyed the report. It was very, very nice, especially the directions related to work from home. But just to give you a brief story, because I don't have a clip or a video clip, during the pandemic I used to work from home a lot, and but my work tables was always near the fridge, and my wife used to say, I don't know, how can you do Zoom or WebEx or something like this, because there's always the fridge in your camera. And this was the drawback of work from home, because I was always on the rush, so I had to work and to do things from everywhere from home, and but my favorite place was near the fridge. So this is a drawback for working from home, yes. And now answering your question, we did some very important steps in the past decade I'm not talking about only the previous years, but rather in the past decade, related to social protection of employers. Especially, we took important steps into implementing this quota for persons with disabilities. As you know, 4% of total employees should be persons with disabilities, provided that the company has more than 50 employees. Sorry. So basically, we have this quota system, but we do need to do some to better implement the quota system. Especially, we need to improve the assessment of the quota system. At this moment, we don't know whether this quota is working or not. We don't have qualitative or quantitative information regarding the employees, regarding the way the quota should work. And related to the expansion of social protection, I think that, as you know, the social policy aims toward redistributing welfare and redistributing opportunities for persons with disabilities. And I think that a key avenue for further direction is related to developing opportunities for persons with disabilities. I am looking forward toward an entrepreneurship program for persons with disabilities. I think this will be a very important trend in developing self-entrepreneurs for persons with disabilities. We are looking also for assistive work for persons with disabilities, how to ensure that persons with severe disabilities are accompanied at work, they are provided with the support needed in order to fully achieve their potential. And why not, we are looking forward to provide further assistive technologies as we are doing right now, but also in the new financial period related to work opportunities, so that persons with disabilities are entitled to receiving assistive technologies in order to fully attend work and to be able to perform their activities at work. Of course, there are a lot of issues to be discussed here, and of course, there are many ideas in place. Some of them are at more advanced level, meaning that we are working toward these ideas. Others, let's say, are at their inception. But I can assure you that we are looking at a very complete agenda in this regard. Work for persons with disabilities is a priority for us, especially because, as you know, the data, the stats in this direction look very not so good. We are very low in terms of employment for persons with disabilities. So, in accord, congruently with this quota system, we are looking at more active measures for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Helena Ungureanu is the country manager in Visa Romania, and my question for her is, in financial services, what could be the tools for the players in the financial sector to make action to promote access to underserved groups?
Yes, hi everyone. Really nice to be here to this event and representing my company. And you know, all the stories that we've been hearing until now are really inspiring, and happy to hear them. So in the last years, we started to hear a lot about financial inclusion in general, and you know, the data are speaking by themselves. So at the global level, currently there are about 4 billion adults that are included in a formal financial system. There have been progresses, for example, in the last year, significant progresses. For example, in the last years, 10 years, more than 1.2 billion persons have been included and have had access, started to have access to financial services. But still there are 1.7 billion adults that are not covered. They cannot actually fulfill their monthly or daily needs in terms of financial services. So there is a lot of work to be done in this respect. So how do we stay in Romania? Actually, the latest data that is available, it's for 2020, and according to the Romanian Banking Association, 67% of the adults in Romania have a bank account. account. We need to look a bit in the past because actually the way the access to the financial services have been done in Romania was mainly related to the card. We don't have to forget that actually the card was for a lot of persons the main tool and the main connection with their bank, and the salary card actually started to spread out in Romania around year 2000. There have been a lot of changes throughout the year. So currently, according to the National Bank data, we have 19.5 million cards issued in Romania. You know, in terms of usage, since at the beginning we were around, you know, they were doing 2 transactions a month whenever they got the salary. Right now, 4 in 5 transactions are at merchants. So only 1 in 5 transactions it's cash. It's really impressive, and we are really happy that we reached this result. The majority of the transactions are contactless, more than 90%. So the access to digital products and actually digital payments has been increased a lot, and Romanians embraced this behavior. And moreover, in the last 2 years, since we've had a sanitary crisis, the online transactions were growing with more than 80%. So 2021 versus 2019. So it's really impressive, and I think that once available, all these digital payment tools at a certain point in time are embraced by the consumers. So now I think that it's worth it to mention a few examples of you know, actions that have been done on the Romanian market by the financial institutions and also by the non-financial institutions. And the first one I would like to mention, it's a project that has been, it's a partnership between a public institution and also private sector, an NGO, who partnered with State Bank, with Czech Bank, and they issue product, a service for disabled people. So this is called FigoPay. This package is called FigoPay, and actually it contains current account, a card, and also mobile banking or online banking, as well as you know, some benefits that have been put together either by the bank. And here I would like to mention that they are the first on the Romanian market who offer the terms and conditions for various services in Braille language for visually impaired persons. For example, other example of benefits for those people who cannot, you know, move from one place to the other, they were offering free bus shuttle to solve their needs. So it was really a great product. It is really a great product, and we were really happy to see it becoming live on the Romanian market. And we hope that for the future there will be many other as well. Now another project that I think that it's worth mentioning, this is in a bit different direction. It's related to card acceptance in Romania. As far as I mentioned before, there are 19.5 million cards. The majority of them are issued to those who already have a salary or, you know, have a sort of income. However, not all of them have the possibility to use those cards. Why is that? Because not all merchants, especially the small merchants, accept cards. And this is valid not only, you know, in the small urban area, but also in the rural area where people have to go to the center of the, you know, city or the closest city to be able to use their cards. One of the barriers that was mentioned by the small and medium enterprises was that they have the perception that the card acceptance is expensive. They cannot afford, you know, the POS terminal that helps them to do that. you know, there is a lot of digital innovation in this world. So we partnered with financial and non-financial institutions that are acting in Romania, and actually we brought a new solution which is called Tap to Pay. In essence, it's a software that helps every phone with you know, smartphone with an Android operating system to be transformed into a card acceptance device. So there is no need for the expensive box on the table of the merchant. They can do it with their own phone. So the success was really great, not only to the small merchants, but also to those who provide various services in terms of, I don't know, plumbing, or the persons who repair the heating system, you know. So it was really a great success, and we hope that we will bridge the acceptance gap that we currently have in Romania. Worth to mention that we have 18 terminals per 1,000 of inhabitants, whilst the European average is somewhere at 33. And the last example, if I may, the last example is related to one of our activity related to small and medium enterprises. According to Digital Economy and the Society Index, Romania ranks last in terms of SME access to digitalization in general. So what we did, we put together a platform which is called Marile Afaceri Mici, in translation is the big small businesses, where the SMEs can find educational materials, and they find also a digital solution in order either to transform their existing business into a digital presence, or to put together a business from their scratch. So these are few things that we've been doing together with our partners, and we hope to see more of those in the future as well.
Thank you very much. And as we speak about financial services, let's speak about some logistic things. Ana Dumitrache is the country lead of CTP Romania, and we know the war brought the need for coordination and using all capabilities to ensure displaced people have their social and economic need to be taken care of. From your experience, how a logistic company can assist refugee and displaced communities for their full social and economic integration in society?
Hello everyone, thank you for this and also for the discussion. I think it was super inspiring. Usually to start with an anecdote, when you're in a panel you are actually waiting to step in and you're thinking what to say and so on. I didn't have the time to do so because it was super interesting everything I was hearing. Indeed, I think it's very interesting. Just to make a comparison, we are a 100 employees company in Romania, so we don't have this type of programs of integration, and we cannot do by ourselves with our small team a change. But actually, there are like 10,000 people working now in our parks in Romania. And what we are trying to do and hope to inspire people to do, generally speaking, is to offer, because these are mainly blue-collar people of all sorts, so all type of people, exposed or not to different things, less to digitalization, unfortunately, and I think the report presented earlier was super, super interesting from that perspective. And there is a point I want to emphasize, but later on. So what I'm saying is we try first to create a good environment for these people to work in. So that's one of our targets, and I think that's what we're doing right. And as a market leader, we try to convince the market to do it, generally speaking, because these people should afford should have a normal life, should have a green areas in a logistic park, which is mainly concrete throughout the place. So we need to create an environment for them. I mean, from a simple bicycle path to a supermarket, which is available, to an, I don't know, box where they can receive their orders, and up to the education. One of our major one of the most important things we are doing in CSR direction is education. So as a group, CTP has this target to support education at all levels. And now I'm reaching the point that I wanted to emphasize, because I think it's very interesting, the connection between digitalization and age, indeed. Because also as an employer, but also through the eyes of our clients, we have realized that we are in a very difficult position to employ people which are after a certain age, and we are actually discriminating them because they don't have these digital capabilities. And it's very interesting that my colleagues in Brno is one of our most important centers in CTP in Central and Eastern Europe, did a project a few years ago, started a project that I liked a lot. And actually it was so far one of my secret plans to implement it also in Romania, and I was working on it. They created a program for women after the age of 50 for learning the ABC of computer skills, each depending on their specialty of their formal education. But my colleagues did a great job and actually have helped many women in Brno to find a proper job, not necessarily with CTP. So this is not something for ourselves, but it's, for sharing and supporting inclusion. And we really like to do this type of thing. So this is one thing which any of our clients and of people here or people running businesses can do. And secondly, it's another idea that I picked up on, and it was also on our agenda because we are very involved in the entrepreneurial education. We like to support this type of programs, and I won't mention here all the programs we supported in this direction, but really I think it's super important to support people with disabilities to have access to entrepreneurial education and to support them to start their own businesses. It's linked to the idea of independence and living their own lives. I mean, this is super important, and this is something also we have on the agenda. And this came very well together with the support, because now I come back to your question, with the inclusion of the refugees, besides the things we did like supporting the United Nations. We also used our hotel facilities to offer them a temporary home, but this is only temporary, so we all have to realize that temporary support is important, but it's only temporary. So we need to think of more important things and that we should do, and to give these people the access to a second life, actually. And that goes very well with the need of workforce, because we see it throughout our parks and throughout our clients. And I'm happy to report that we have many refugees now employed after the war has started, employed by our clients actually. We made available accommodation spaces for them in our parks where we have accommodation available. I also want to mention that we are not doing just any kind of accommodation. We're planning to do that in Romania as well for the workers, but we want to do it right. I mean, not containers, not this type of developments. It's not our style on one hand, and secondly, we again want to create an example, a good practice, and to give the workers, even irrespective if they're refugees or simply people from far Asia coming to earn more money here or whatever, they deserve a normal life. And we are setting a lot of efforts into this. We are actually working on such a project in Romania. And the feedback was related to that of the people working in our parks was actually very good. And also I think it helps these really challenged people to find themselves and to feel actually better, that they have a nice workplace, they have a nice setup where they're going, and they're not just exploited as a money-making machine. So this is important. So as a conclusion, I would point again the connection between digital education and people of a certain age that are excluded from the employment possibilities today, and the world will go even further. Our world will go even further related to that. So it's an urgent need to do something. The entrepreneurial education for disabled people, this is again something we should pay a lot of attention, and we are committed to that. And last but not least, we are also committed to help refugees have a normal life, like all of us, as much as it's in our power to do so. Whether they're simply refugees or employees of our clients, we are committed to offer them a normal life.
Thank you. And the closing question, and I want from you a short answer, if you can, is what would you like to see more of in terms of inclusion and diversity practices for promoting the rights of persons with disabilities or other underserved group that your respective organization implement or the organization you work with? So we'll start from here. Mihai. Here's the microphone.
Thank you. I'm going to give you just a simple word, which is diversification. I think diversification should be a hallmark in terms of the new policies we designed for the employment of persons with disabilities. We should look at the mix of possibilities. First, the quota system, sheltered employment, positive action programs, where we look at entrepreneurship as well as other key issues to be handled in this direction. So basically, diversification should be the next policy we are looking toward, and I think this should be embedded in every fiber of our activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Here it is.
Thank you. So, in my opinion, we should all work more together. If I would sum it up, it would be like this. So private with private sector, with public sector, and with all the other parties included, so that we can really do great things.
Thanks.
I'll build on that, Estera, and I was really inspired by, Anna's point of view, Helena, Estera, Mihai, of course. And this is the element that is already common in what we share with you today. I don't think it was any example here that said one institution did something special. It was that togetherness that brought to life programs to increase the employability of people with disabilities. So I'll build on that. Togetherness for me is key, and togetherness in the ecosystem that we actually live. Governments in the first place to write regulations for private companies to make it easier for them to thrive. Private sector, because this is where the money are, so we have to be more responsible in how we use that. Yes, it's about profit, but it's also about paying back to communities. And then actual organizations that do take care of people with disabilities. Let's come together, and only in this way we can make a true difference in a responsible manner.
I think that we are really very happy to see the interest of the authorities in financial education. There are three things here to mention very briefly. The first one is that financial education has been introduced in the curricula starting with 2021, I guess, in the curricula for study for our kids. The second thing is, I don't know how many of you knows that 11th of April is the Day of Financial Education in Romania. It has been established this year, and we hope to see, activities around, not only around that days, but also around, throughout the year with all the stakeholders. And the last thing I want to mention, there is a strategy for the financial education, which is being put together by the Ministry of Education together with the Romanian Banking Association and the Association of the Insurance Companies. So it's not only that we will have this strategy for the education at the national level, but also they have to implement in order to, to have a better future for all of us. So more activities of this kind we want to see around.
Well, I have summarized already, but I think again it's very nice, the idea of togetherness, and as I said, in CTP we try to be a link between companies, society, and indeed to give back to communities. I think it's great we have the diversity chamber. I think it's a super idea, and we have to support this. And because it actually gathers us somehow, it's a formal means of meeting, sharing ideas, and do things. We cannot change the world by ourselves, but probably we can do it together eventually, hopefully.
Well, it's a remark with which we can close this panel. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, for sharing this interesting and impressive ideas. I'm more than happy to hear all the stories, and I think it's a lot of work to do, and you already done a lot of work, and you are so happy to do the more, which I think is great. Thank you very much. Before the next panel, we have to eat something. So we'll take a lunch break, and after that we come back to move forward through the next panel discussion. Thank you. We are back at the regional conference, Equality, Inclusion and Diversity. And in the next few minutes, we'll go to the second panel discussion, Sustainable Future, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion. And for this discussion, I invite the speakers to join me here. It's Megan Bishop, Economic Officer, U.S. Embassy of Bucharest. Please. We'll sit, okay? Ștefan Sfatku, Human Resources Analyst at Kaufland, Romania and Moldova. Olivia Vereha, Vice President of Product Code for Romania. Welcome. Daniela Șerban, President of Romanian Investor Relations Association. And Petru Dulgheru, Executive Director, Roma Entrepreneurship Development Initiative. Welcome. This discussion will focus on the diversity and inclusion from ESG perspective, which is increasingly becoming a key consideration for businesses around the world to enhance businesses' growth and brand reputation. And I will start with Megan Bishop. My question for you is, what does ESG mean to you, in particular to S-Part? In your view, what companies can do to promote the ESG?
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to speak today. I think these issues are very relevant, and it's important that we continue to convene to discuss them so that they're never taken off the radar, but they're always placed at the forefront where they rightfully should be. I just want to start off by building off the comments that our Deputy Chief of Mission, Shane Dixon, mentioned this morning about the ethos of our organization and the US government and how we wish to elevate what we call DEIA, but EDI issues across the world. The US has a lot of diversity. We're considered a melting pot of different cultures and traditions and people. And I believe that that's an immense strength for us. That is a very positive asset that we can use to get a diverse array of experiences and participation and voices so that the whole of the population is heard. We believe that building off of equity, diversity, and inclusion isn't just an important aspect of the work that we do. We believe it's a matter of national security, and we aim to improve those aspects in any way that we can. Coming to your question on ESG, I believe that having the proper frameworks in place to increase the social governance and the corporate responsibilities of companies is absolutely crucial. And we believe that that's really reflected in the way that US companies operate overseas. Speaking from my capacity as a digital economy and economics officer here at the US Embassy in Bucharest, I closely follow the IT sector and some of the issues that surround IT companies in Romania. It's clear that this sector employs a very large number of Romanians and contributes a lot of diverse and talented workforce members. I also think that there's a very large participation of women in this sector in Romania, especially compared to other countries. I think nearly half of the IT workforce here is composed of women, and that's quite unusual in the European perspective. We have a lot of US companies here that are doing fantastic things to promote ED&I rights in the country. And I have just a few examples here. Google has a Girls in Tech initiative that provided training to over 3,000 young girls ages 14 through 18 for a future career in information technology. And we hope that this program is going to reach over 10,000 students. The second is a Microsoft partner organization, the EOS Digital Academy. This has helped over 2,000 women learn skills to succeed in the digital economy. And then finally, we have Oracle's Women's Leadership and Academy. And they're also actively teaching young girls IT and technical skills to take into their workplaces in the future. Those are just a few examples of a lot of the things US companies are doing here, and we hope to increase our footprint. But one thing additionally that I'd like to mention is that in addition to the business environment, we believe that ED&I has a place from a governance perspective as well in how we conduct our international relations. So at the forefront of our foreign policy is always a desire to increase inclusivity and diversity. And this year, the Biden administration passed an executive order on diversity and inclusion. And this is essentially an effort to increase representation in the federal workforce to create a workforce that's more representative and more reflective of the US citizen population. And so within that executive order, we are trying to improve our hiring processes, identifying any barriers or any embedded racism or institutional barriers that could prohibit different folks of minorities or different backgrounds from obtaining certain federal jobs. And I will say that, of course, we have a lot more work to do, but this continues to be a very important tenet of what we do and what we hope to accomplish in the future.
Thank you very much, Megan. Speaking of women and their access in top management position, I've read something which I didn't know how to react to. Well, you'll say if it's funny or if it's sad. I've read that in the US 5 years ago, it's true, there were more guys called John that lead major companies than women leading major companies. Well, that was 5 years ago. Hopefully something is changed now. So I move forward to Daniela Șerban, the president of the board of directors of Romanian Investor Relations Association. ESG, investing in accounting for environmental, social, and governance risk in general. However, given the social aspect of the ESG, it receives criticism as part of cross-border narrative against social justice. In time of crisis, as we have it, in your view, what should be the approach to investing with an ESG lens for improving the resilience and livelihood of communities?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and also those who attend the today's session. So from our point of view, leading a community of listed companies, some of the biggest companies in Romania, I would say that ESG became a hot topic and it is on our priorities. So we cannot neglect it anymore, and we took it very seriously. First, because the European Commission will set some guiding principles for reporting, and also a European platform for reporting on ESG criteria and standardizing the non-financial reporting. Secondly, locally we are developing let's say resources, because it's such a new topic that we need a lot of training and it's not readily available. I mean, we are still searching for the best approach. But in the end, companies should realize that they will not get financing anymore if they do not comply with these rules. So it's not a joke. I mean, this becomes very seriously. Moreover, that investors, first of all, they have to comply with these rules in order to invest in some companies. Secondly, banks will have to look at this data as well. So from this point of view, listed companies, as mentioned, they employ thousands of people, they are very active, they are very visible, and more reports, but more important strategies have been put on the table. And as association, we also encourage and award best sustainability reports. Discuss. We also attended the government meeting on launching the Romanian Code for Sustainability. Hopefully it will not be another reporting, so now it's in a public consultation, and we need to ensure that there are no extra costs because we have the European layer, we have the local layer, we have double local layer because you need to submit it publicly. Then if the government will have this new platform, and if this will be mandatory, unfortunately it will be an extra allocation of resources. So the idea is there, the goodwill is there. In terms of execution, we need to assess the resources that the company needs to put in place in order to comply with all the standards. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wonder, how can civil society contribute? So I go to Olivia Vereha, the Vice President of Product at Code for Romania. So Vereha, my question for you is, in your view, how a civil society organization ensure that they are creating an enabling environment to promote inclusion for those left behind due to the circumstances beyond their control and accentuated by the conflicts such as war?
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm really happy to be at a conference about diversity and inclusion as the first event for me after the pandemic. So the more I'm happy to be here. So NGOs, from my perspective, have a double role in terms of working towards a more diverse and inclusive environment, regardless if we speak of corporate or institutional landscape. So the first one, together with the state, and sometimes against it, unfortunately, and especially in Romania, you need to make sure that the people who are in the most vulnerable positions are being taken care of. This is the first rule, to put everybody to safety. And then this putting into safety also needs to take into account all the specifics of the targets group you're working with. So we're speaking about refugees at this moment in time. Migrants and refugees are not just a group of people coming in with the same exact type of needs. You have young women, you have teenagers, you have women with children, you have grandmothers and the elderly who need to be supported differently, and their needs need to be addressed very differently by either the state, the corporate environment trying to hire them or offering them opportunities and so on. Second, the other role the NGOs have, and also this applies especially during peaceful times, is they themselves to be an example in what an inclusive environment should look like. And if you look, for example, in Romania, you were speaking about women in leading positions earlier. If you look at the NGO landscape in Romania, it is 95 up to 98% led by women. And I think NGOs in Romania are doing quite a wonderful job at this moment in time. So maybe there's something to learn out of this. And if you look at the environments inside these NGOs that are quite interesting to analyze in terms of how these organizational cultures are being built. I'm going to give our example because it's the closest to me. I am working with the IT crowd that was mentioned before also. We have around 3,000 people, very diverse, living in diverse states on different time zones. And we pay a very, very special attention to everybody feeling welcome. And we're not just doing it in terms of we have a procedure and we've pasted it in our work groups and this is it. In everything that we do, in all our conversations, we embed these things and we always make sure to speak of them. Last but not least, I wanted to mention also the role that NGOs have in embedding diversity and inclusion practices in their entire activity. It doesn't matter if you're an NGO working with environment or with vulnerable groups or an NGO doing advocacy on anything, any topic, whichever. I think it's important that in your contracts, in your partnerships, and in everything that you do, you remind your corporate partners and the institutions that these core values are make it or break it kind of principle. So if we hold accountable all our partners and we start working together towards a more inclusive environment, for sure we will be able to build something great together. And one thing that I would like to see the corporate environment and the institutions both take advantage of in terms of NGO experience is the fact that we bring at the table a huge experience of working on a beneficiary level. So we do understand what these people's needs are, how they manifest, and what their expectations are. So make sure you just take all the knowledge that we have in the nonprofit sector and put it to good use in building more inclusive societies.
I can't help myself not to ask you, how is it to work with the state?
Difficult and challenging, but also I think we're very lucky because we're at a time when there is way more openness than it has been ever before. So we're at a point where also the digital divide has been a bit shrunk in the pandemic, and also new channels of communications have helped us get a more direct access to the people we should definitely speak to in order to move forward some good practices. So there's hope. I would like to be very optimistic about the future coming.
Thank you very much. Well, now we are talking with Petru Dulcheru. Hi, Petru.
Hi, Ioana.
You are, let me repeat this, you are the Executive Director in Roma Entrepreneurship and Development Initiative. We have the chance to speak a little bit outside, and we were talking about discrimination. And in a very romantic way, I was thinking that this subject is not so present nowadays. And you shocked me because you tell me a story. Could you please tell the audience your story regarding discrimination?
Yes. First of all, I would like to really thank the organizers, Perry, Lestat, and EBRD for organizing this. I really think this is what we as a society are missing. A place where companies and civil society find time to speak, right? This, I think, really, in this age of Instagram and Twitter, we exchange information, but we don't pay attention, right? So I think it's very important to spend a bit of time and talk about this. So the story that I shared with Ioana in the break was, so one of the things that my organization is doing is trying to go in vulnerable communities, in Roma communities, and identify, speaking to those people, and identify how do they think they should get money, which are the economic opportunities over there. We don't come in from Bucharest, or I live in Belgium, we don't come in and tell them you should be doing this, but we more or less say, what is it that you're doing? Which are your challenges? So one of the key components is the Roma Business Club, where we get Roma entrepreneurs who are doing things within their communities to sit at the same table and discuss what is it that they're missing, how can they help each other, which other business opportunities, and so on. So we're organizing these meetings in different places. Sometimes they're in Bucharest, other places, other times it's in the countryside. So I don't think the relationship of the Roma with the large corporations is problematic. I don't think I've ever seen someone more open than Dentons when me and Lucian Dumbrevianu went over to ask for help, right? So they were extremely happy to help the Roma community. Same thing with Raiffeisen, same thing with, you know, big banks, but here in Bucharest. So when we took our Roma businessmen in Alba, in a hotel, which was offering us a meeting room, and our Roma came in, a Caldera Roma, with traditional clothes, with the hat, with the flowered shirts. The lady at the reception said, "Who are you?" "Well, you know, we have a meeting here." "So the meeting is with you?" "Yes." No, sorry, the meeting is canceled. We don't accept people like you in this establishment." And obviously people started arguing, and the manager came in, and the manager said, "We don't need your money. It's okay. You need to go and have your meeting someplace else." This happened a month ago, right? This happened a month ago in Romania. We told them we're going to sue them. They said, "It's fine, we're going to pay." So the key question is, when I'm a businessman, a Roma businessman, and I'm trying to sell you a product, it's extremely difficult for me to make the sell if you don't like me. But the key challenge is, if I'm a Roma businessman and I'm trying to buy a product from you and I still have challenges, then that's a problem, right? So I think this was a bit the conversation. I would not want to end this on this note. I would actually want to end my first intervention on a positive note. I have met so many people in the Romanian society that help me. I have met so many people that want to support Roma entrepreneurs. I wanted, you know, so many people that gave a hand and want to buy the products and help digitalization. We have fantastic collaboration with institutions, with people in Bucharest, and I think there's a hope, right? We just need to, you know, push, and make this happen.
Thank you very much. Ștefan Svetcu is Human Resource Analyst at Kaufland Romania and Moldova. And we have discussed, Ștefan, the ESG challenges from the investors, civil society, and financial services providers. What should be the approach to ESG, in particular within the context of retail sector?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Ioana. I'm really glad, first of all, that I am present here with you. And after a few hours of listening great speakers, of hearing about good practices, talking to some of you in the break time, I can say my time here it's great until now, and it's also a benefit for myself as a person living in Romania, and also for me as a HR professional and part of the team of Kaufland. Kaufland, who's having access program My colleague in the previous panel talked about that and gave you some hints and some steps, and I guess she mentioned some obstacles that we met along the way. But in this context, Petru, I agree with you, and we have some concerns, or we had a few years ago, 2 years ago, when we started Access, we had some concerns. Hiring people with disabilities in Romania, in a retail company, how are we gonna do this? With who? And what's the objective? But things are going smoothly after almost 3 years. What can I say? I cannot tell you the whole story right now in 2 minutes, but at least I can tell you that our employees are very happy. Our employees, our new colleagues with disabilities are very happy to be in our teams. And I'm saying that because when they came, of course, they didn't know the culture of our organization. But when they saw values like, I don't know, passion and commitment and fairness and I would say common sense, they came and they stayed. And this is an important thing for us. We have, as Estera mentioned before, over 400 colleagues with disabilities that are playing a great role in our teams, and they are hired in our logistics centers, headquarters in Bucharest of Kaufland, and also in our stores in Romania. Now talking about sustainability, talking about environment, social, and governance, I might say that at Kaufland we try to actually not neglect the 4 pillars of sustainability. So what we have in mind every day at Kaufland is the customers, the products. We try to offer the best products on the market, in the retail. We also have the environment, which is really important for us, and you can see it from our communication, press releases, and not only that our CSR department is really investing in that. And at last but not at least, the employees. As I mentioned, they are our great resource, and through Access, adding these 400 new employees with disabilities, it's how we say it in Romania, plus valoare. So I'm happy to mention that here publicly, and I also want to mention that we have 2 women on our board of directors, which is for us a great achievement. And if I'm not wrong, over 50%, actually 52% of our management roles are, we have women in those management roles.
Stefan, I know that you have a video.
Yes, I do have a video. We forgot about it. I told you, we are like a community.
It's a video on cultural diversity at Kaufland. Let's see it.
Yes.
Привіт, мене звати Ольга.
Elvis Ebito Mary. Mahmoud Jamil Ahmad Basri.
Hi, my name is Australia Rowena Mateo and I am 40 years old. I was born in the Philippines and raised in the United States.
Я жила у Краматорську Донецької області в Україні.
سعودي اتولدت ودرست في مصر وعايش دلوقتي في رومانيا. Nigeria.
Разом із своєю сім'єю, донькою та мамою ми вимушені були покинути батьківщину. Зараз ми переживаємо важкі часи, але ми знаємо, що важкі часи зміцнюють характер. Тому я хочу бути хорошим прикладом для своєї донечки.
15 years ago, when I was in New Jersey, USA, I fell in love with a Romanian guy and now we have a nice daughter. And 5 years ago, he convinced me to move together to Romania.
I came to Romania for study and I enjoy it here and I didn't want to leave anymore.
من سنة 2019 نقلت على كوفلاند وشغال فيها كمهندس مشاريع. أنا لسه فاكر أول انترفيو عملته ولما الأمور كلها مشيت بشكل إيجابي جدا وفي الآخر قالوا لي محمود أنت معانا في الشركة من النهاردة.
I discovered how great this country is with warm and helpful people. And I also love traveling the country and admiring the gorgeous landscapes here.
I enjoy spending time with my friends, playing snookers and watching football. My favorite football team is FC Barcelona.
في حياتي المهنية لقيت في هندسة شغفي وفي وقت فراغي لقيت إن الجيتار والبيانو وكتابة المزيكا الحاجة اللي بتديني دفعة إني أفضل مكمل.
Kaufland мене зустріли з добротою. Це дуже дружній колектив, як велика родина. Кожен мені буквально в усьому допомагає.
زمايلي استقبلوني بشكل رهيب غير اللي كنت متوقعه خالص برغم اني ما كنتش حتى بعرف اتكلم روماني. دلوقتي عندي زملاء واصحاب كتير وخبرة بشكل عام اكبر وكل يوم بتعلم اكتر.
I'm happy living in Romania. I'm proud to be working for so many years at Kaufland, the place where I feel appreciated and respected.
The colleagues here welcomed me very warmly. They were very helpful from the beginning and made me realize that when working in Kaufland, it doesn't really matter who you are, where you are coming from, and what job you had before, because everyone here acts as a big family. Thank you, Kaufland.
I am grateful. Thank you.
Дякую.
شكرا كوفلاند.
Well, Stefan, if I wouldn't know you, I would say I just watched a movie with some people just playing some roles. There are so many nationalities.
Yes, we have over 16 nationalities. And I wanted to conclude that equality, diversity, inclusion, they could seem like in our communities, they could seem a little bit powerful words or many sometimes not achievable words. So but in our company they reflect on these three directions: women empowering women, our great role that our colleagues with disabilities are playing in our teams, and also the multiple nationalities working with us. So as one of my colleagues said in this video, doesn't matter where you're coming from, what country are you coming from, you can come to our team. So we consider ourselves a multicultural team, and we always encourage people to come and join us.
That's great, thank you. And I have a closing question for everybody, and that was, what do you expect from ESG, in particular equality, diversity and inclusion, and how do you see it evolving, and how do you see your role in promoting ESG practices? Megan?
I think that's a great question, and I believe that these days it's just getting harder and harder to ignore ESG, even if there are folks that don't believe in the mission of ESG or don't choose willingly to support ED&I issues. It's really becoming a relevant issue for every organization, and those who are fully embracing and implementing ESG principles are finding more success from my perspective. Not only those who are seeing tangible numerical benefits, but for the morale of the workforce and the inclusion that people feel inside of their own organizations. I think in our increasingly capitalized society, we think a lot about how to get down to the bottom line and how to make this a numbers game, but we can never forget about the people that run our organizations and our businesses. and who we really represent. And from my perspective, speaking as a government official, I think it's just as important in the US federal government that we represent the entirety of America and project that image to the world, that we are committed to those values as it is in the business community.
Thank you. Stefan, please.
Yes, I would say a few words about that, and that would be our best practice example. And I don't want to do marketing for Kaufland, but the thing is, if you choose the right team, if you gather the experts together with you, if you set an objective, a real and tangible one, and if you don't expect that things would happen overnight, I guess the impossible mission could become possible. It did for us, so we are happy to share that with you.
Thank you. Olivia? Okay, Olivia, please. Sorry.
It's all right. I really look forward to the day when diversity and inclusion will actually be a default, not an objective that we take up on. What we can do, and this is something that Code for Romania has committed to over 6 years ago and will continue to do so, is to make sure that, at least from a digital perspective, every solution we put out there and every website application or anything is from the start accessible and inclusive for everybody. And we're going to try to embed this in all the work we do with all our partners to be able to create a cascading effect, especially in the digital world that is currently growing. And I really hope to see this kind of movement, and we really wish we can inspire all the other NGOs to take a bit of a closer look at how they promote everything they do for inclusion aside from their day-to-day activities.
Thanks. Please remember your name. Remember me your name. Sorry.
It's Daniela.
Daniela. Sorry, Daniela.
No worries. We will meet again, so
yeah,
we will be able to get friends. You know, I always say we cannot become friends if we don't know each other. So it's a process. Yeah, I mean, being an economist, I would say that it's about numbers as well. And unfortunately, in Romania, we don't have many official numbers on the situation on the field. And in this regard, with Vertica think tank, we have initiated more than 1 year ago, and we have finalized a public policy proposal in order to really have at the national level, through the Institute of Statistics, official numbers. There are sporadic numbers, there are private entities that collect, there are NGOs that collect, but unfortunately official numbers that are not there. We have a partnership with RDCC on that. And unfortunately, we see just sporadic interest in the government. It's not a coherent approach on that. A lot of changing ministries, a lot of changing roles in the institutions with not much power on the topic. So we have this in the government plan. At least officially, we do care about the topic, but concretely, there are more things to be done. So, for example, for women that you mentioned in the beginning, the situation is not much improved. In the past 5 years, if we talk about the board of directors of listed companies, in top 10 banks, we have just one CEO, women. In listed companies, there are just a few of them in the top. So women are not yet there, but it's not necessarily discrimination, but it is a reality. And as a single mom, I know how difficult it is to mingle with business, work, getting kids from the after school at 5 o'clock every day. So what the current minister started to do to offer this infrastructure of support, because it's not about wanting, but it's about the possibility, because many women choose to take care because they don't have another option with the kids and the family and so on. And some of them, they really don't want a bigger role because it's about sacrificing, and It's really difficult. So I would say we need more numbers. We need a more coherent approach at the government and more coalitions like the one we see today. Thank you.
I think the key to this answer is, the key to this question is money talks. So the moment when we will be able to demonstrate that it pays off to be environmentally friendly, people are going to install solar panels because now the electricity is so expensive, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a business case. When we're going to be able to demonstrate that including the Roma population, which in Romania is close to 2 million, but 80% are not working, meaning they're not contributing to taxes, but they benefit from welfare, when they could actually be net contributors to the budget, and the government could take, from our calculations, about 2 billion euros a year, which is comparable to what Romania was getting from the European Union, then people are going to start thinking there is a business case of including women on the job market. Sweden, Norway are so rich because they have managed to include women on the job market, unlike in Romania, where, as Daniela was saying, single mothers don't have after schools and they cannot really have a 9-to-5 job. So I think when we're going to be able to prove with numbers that it pays off to promote diversity and inclusion in the business sector, in the society, this is going to happen. But our role as a society is to continue exactly what we're doing this. And I think together we'll be able to get there.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts with us. And we move forward to the next panel. So thank you. Well, the third panel discussion will refer to the intersection of war and economic inclusion, keeping businesses going. I will invite next to me Kirill Achilian, Director of Marketing and Business Development, Financial Alliance for Women. Welcome. Jobst Koller, Senior Integration and Migrant Training Specialist. If he's not in the room with us, we'll expect for him. Okay. Bdur M. Alhari is the Director of Strategic Planning and Business Development, Microfound for Women. You are welcome here. No problem. Welcome. And Loreta Dragomir, Director Permanent Placement, Professional Recruitment, Executive Search Division, ADECO. Welcome. Well, in this panel, we'll discuss the ability of war refugees to continue their businesses remotely thanks to digitalization. The panel will build on economic and financial inclusion and their importance in enabling full participation of the economy and keeping businesses going. And I will start with Kirill Achilian, the Director of Marketing and Business Development of Financial Alliance for Women. And my curiosity is, what tools can financial sector players use to ensure financial inclusion and full participation of economy for women?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Actually, to answer your question, I want to go back to a shocking slide we had from the EBRD presentation earlier. And I took a screenshot because it really kind of, I think, sets the tone of what the answer will be. In a question about the CEOs and their concerns, I don't know if you remember the results, but the smallest little bar was on the extreme right, and it said gender equality. And it had less than 2% of the results. So only 2% of the CEOs were concerned with gender inequality. And unfortunately, if you really look at it, all the remaining challenges they had, like climate and everything else that was listed, women are key to solving those challenges. And they are cross-cutting across all these verticals. Yet they don't seem to be a concern for the CEOs. So I think the biggest and most important challenge to start with, before even reaching the tools, is I think for financial services providers to understand the key role they play in really driving the female economy forward. And, you know, with that comes the understanding that SMEs, and specifically women SMEs, are critical to that. And the first step would be to acknowledge that there needs to be a clear strategy, a customer-centric strategy that is revolving around women, so a woman-centered strategy. And for that, you need to understand that most of the challenges, and which is why I think those CEOs said that, is because they believe they're gender neutral and they are gender equal, and then therefore they are gender inclusive. But neutrality and equality, as beautiful as they sound, are not inclusivity. And in order to be inclusive, what they actually need to do is build on equity. From equity, you build customer centricity and gender intelligence, which then solves your problems. And I think that is that first step. One size does not fit all. The products you have on your shelf, they're not for everyone. You can no longer build on the conventional product-centric approach and expect to have different results. What you need to do is become customer-centric. And to become customer-centric, you need to market research, understand the pain points, build on that, a complete and holistic value proposition. And so that's where the tools come in building that holistic value proposition. And that would mean you build on financial services, but also on non-financial services. Because you need to understand that it is no longer about providing a loan and giving an account and giving a card. It's about a full 360-degree approach. It's about making sure that the products that women are getting access to, they know how to maximize on it, they know how to use it, and that they actually have a fair and equal playing field on which then they can actually put that in use. And so that would mean, sorry, I took down some notes, making sure that you're providing non-financial services such as financial education, which we heard a lot today, but it goes beyond that. You need to do those trainings, but also provide networking opportunities. We know that the biggest challenge, and we heard it from Daniela, she's a single mother, right? Does she have networking opportunities? Can she network after 5 p.m.? What will people say? You still have a lot of those social stigmas and cultural challenges which are common in Romania, but they're common all over the world. And it's not only a developing nation challenge, it is the same problem in the most developed economies. You would be shocked to find out that the business world is still very much a patriarchal, led, male-led, dominated, sector. And so the challenge is not only for Romania or for other developing countries, it is across the world. And so, providing networking opportunities, providing recognition. Women, unfortunately, have not had the same, equal access to being created as role models of perfect examples of best practices. And so the more you highlight women, the more you encourage more women to then go into the entrepreneurship world and then and work and become economically active. Same was for the ads that we saw and all the work that they're doing. So when they are diverse and they're including the disabled, then more disabled people will feel included. And so it's the same. If you don't include women and if you don't highlight women in key positions and in key roles, then women will not feel included and will be more hesitant. Because they have a lot more challenges and barriers to break to do so. And so tools would mean providing non-financial services. It's not about finance only. Finance is the easiest part. It's what they've been doing for years and years and years. I think what they need to do is step out of their comfort zone and move into the non-financial services, into completing the loop, into making sure that the financial services that they're providing and the products they're providing are complete. And they can do that through a lot of partnerships. I know you've been hearing since this morning about partnerships. Partnerships with fintech and other financial providers are key. And fintechs bring an agility and a flair that a lot of the financial service providers, the incumbent, are missing. So I think together they can complete and create that right ecosystem for women and entrepreneurs to thrive.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm happy to have Jobs Köhler with us because he is the Senior Immigration and Migrant Training Specialist at International Organization of Migration. And earlier this year, EBRD signed a Memorandum of Understanding with International Organization of Migration to promote further collaboration and expertise shares on refugees and migration-related programs. In your view, how can we ensure enhanced social and economic choices for displaced people and businesses?
Yeah, thank you so much, Iona. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I have to echo actually some of the insights that others already mentioned. I think it's been such a rich discussion that I'm not quite sure I will be sticking to my notes because there are a lot of insights that were shared and I think could be interesting to elaborate. But I think just on that question, coming back to the question of enhancing choices of businesses and then displaced populations, I think reiterating, I mean, as the previous speaker also mentioned, one needs to recognize not just the diversity of needs, but also how needs sometimes intersect in ways that some needs can't be met. So, and this is essentially what you have in SDGs and Sustainable Development Goals, where you have 10.2, where it's really about the promotion of multidimensional inclusion. So you really got to take into account all the different factors to make that work for individuals in terms of inclusion, but I would say also at the structural level when it comes to recovery. Just let me illustrate maybe through a few examples. And I have to admit, I'm coming from the global level, so I would not be referring so much to the Romanian example. We do have an office here. We are an intergovernmental organization working with part of the UN system. We have 172 member states, and we have 100 offices across the globe, and also one in Romania. And they can certainly fill you in a little bit more on the activities that they are doing in this particular area. So my reference is a bit more global. I refer, for instance, to Ukraine, where before the war we started to supporting the SME sector, but more with respect to supporting IDP businesses. You know, so and this has changed, has been reprogrammed in response to the war to look more broadly at the SME structure. We've just done sort of a rapid assessment around this. And this will hopefully be released at some point, but there are a few findings that I think are striking to highlight a little bit the intersecting nature of different dimensions that you need to take into account in this sort of programming. One is, and this is, I like to pick out certain findings that compare particularly the business needs of businesses that managed to relocate and those that are re-affected. Those who managed to relocate and who were able to avail themselves of the support that the government provided could avoid obviously certain problems that are in some ways pretty evident. It's obviously the question of destruction of infrastructure, covering the replacement of equipment is very difficult, getting the supply there. The demining and access to labor, that has been a persistent problem in terms of the mobilization and the technical expertise that also gets lost. If you relocate, you manage to avoid some of this. So mobility can be help, not just create problems, as is often portrayed in the media, but it can actually also provide some solutions in terms of resilience. So relocation can help businesses to keep going, but not every business can do this. So when we looked at some of the rapid assessments, particularly the small micro businesses were not able to do this because of the high costs, particularly related to transportation, also the capacities, the finances. So there are some who will be left behind. It was often easier for businesses with small, shorter value chain who were able to do this, particularly in the service sector, who could avail themselves of this opportunity. So the other part is, but still when they relocate, they do have needs. And this is, I think, where I want to bring in a little bit the multidimensionality around this. One thing that sort of came up as quite prominently as an issue was, okay, you can relocate your production site, but not actually the workers who are coming with you. So you lack some of the expertise, that you previously had, some of the training. And I would say, unfortunately, the study doesn't have a strong gender dimension, but it would be interesting to understand also whether women-headed entrepreneurs sort of fall behind in this whole process. So resettlement of workers is a significant issue. Housing, this is another dimension that came up, partly due to the IDP influx in safer regions. The startup finances, and then the cost of transport. So if you think about, if you want to address the whole structural issues, you really got to work at different levels. It's of course the physical construction of infrastructure, but you also got to look at a bit more at the social infrastructure. And this concerns the broader inclusion space. And as an agency that obviously has migrants particularly in perspective, we have to be also aware that we are supporting community acceptance around the interventions that we are doing. So I think it's important to bear this in mind as we think about programming of specific communities. There is a lot of work. We often think about building the capacities of those who might be in need, but it's actually also the societies that receive whose capacity will need to be built around this. One last point I want to highlight around displaced populations, and this is linked a bit to the question of digitalization, digital inclusion. Of course, as you repeatedly highlighted, women, particularly those who came now from Ukraine, often struggle with a dual burden of childcare and finding work, and telework is often advertised. This is something that we also picked up in our broader support around displaced populations, that this could be an option. But a key constraint is sometimes the digital inclusion aspects. There is the infrastructural part, whether you have access to the devices, but there's also the digital skills part, which has been highlighted. Something that we just want to, we do partner with Upwork, for instance, with a platform to facilitate that access. When we went through the discussion on how to support this, we discovered we've got to look a bit deeper into what actually access exists, for instance, the digital devices. And here there's some findings based on a survey that we did with refugees who were resettled, and particularly in the pre-arrival service, that women often lack in terms of getting access to digital devices. There's large ownership often among refugee populations, but often women are high in the proportion that needs to access shared devices. And because of the family dynamics, often they don't get access to this. And I think to move forward the agenda on digital, on inclusion more generally, and this is an illustration of digital inclusion, I think we really have to be aware of some of the hidden barriers that exist and expose those and through numbers and hard factors, but also involve it into our programming in terms of the support that we provide.
Thank you very much. Well, our next speaker is Bdur M. Al-Hari. It's the Director of Strategic Planning and Business Development, Microfound for Women, is Jordan's first and largest not-for-profit shareholding company, and is dedicated to empowering entrepreneurs with a focus on supporting women. I know that you prepared a video for us, and before talking, we would like to see it. It's fine for you?
Before, to see the video?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
جيت بشهر 6/2011 وطبعا كانت أول أحداث بسوريا وجينا نظامي. جوزي قبل الكورونا بشهر يعني مرض، فأخذناه على المشفى، فقالوا معك تسرع بالقلب، وكان يعني كثير وضعه تعبان. قمنا رحنا ما في إمكانية إنه يرجع جوزي. فأنا سمعت إنه في صندوق المرأة إنه بيعطي تمويل ومصاري وبيدعم يعني على راحتك يعني بيقسطوا لك. فرحت أنا أول إشي سألت بصندوق المرأة فحكوا لي عادي بدي أسوي مشروع أنا. فجبت عاد وسويت منظفات. جبت أول إشي كان بدون منظفات وصرت أبيع. فأنا استفدت إنه من قرض المرأة إنه فتحت مشروع وصرت ألبي احتياجات أولادي وأغراض بيتي وأجار بيتي كمان.
إحنا جينا على الأردن بتاريخ 23/12/2011. قعدنا ببيت هيك لفترة لمدة 3 أيام. بعدين طلعنا يعني لبيت تاني على الدراع الغربي وقعدنا فيه فترة كمان. بعدين كان معي ذهب وخلص الذهب. تعرفتني رفيقتي على صندوق المرأة. رحنا أنا وياها وبالفعل تسهيل كتير للأمور الحمد لله رب العالمين بصندوق المرأة وعرفونا عن الخدمات اللي هي فيه. أخذت أول قرض جبت المراية، سشوار، مقاس. أخذت القرض الثاني وكفيت لأني كمان قوي شغلي أكثر. فصندوق المرأة ساعد كتير بهي القصة. طبعا نحن إذا الله راد ويسر وتحسن الشغل ناوي إن شاء الله أدرس أولادي ويدخلوا جامعات ويصير لهم مستقبل أفضل من اللي هلا هنا فيه. إذا الله طور الوضع هيك معي وتحسن الوضع أعمل سنتر تجميل كامل.
إحنا لما حبينا نساعد لاجئات السوريات مش فقط مولنا مشروعهم لكن نظرنا لغاياتهم واحتياجاتهم وسهلنا الطرق أكثر بإنهم ينظروا لخدماتنا عن طريق تطبيق الهاتف لصندوق المرأة.
Microfund for Women was proudly among the first 5 financial institutions worldwide and the only one in Jordan in 2016 to move forward and serve Syrian refugees. We need to learn and come up with organized approaches that go beyond immediate crisis support and produce sustainable solutions that provide financial and non-financial services to refugees and IDPs around the world, giving them minimal dignity and a better future for themselves and their children.
Dur. Could you please tell us about the prior experience during the Syrian war? As being located in the hosting country, Jordan, how to enable access to finance for refugees?
Yes, there is a presentation, but if it's not ready, it's fine. So we, as the video said, in 2016, we were the first movers around the world, and in Jordan, the first financial institution that recognized this segment that are becoming around us everywhere, but no financial inclusion would give them the trust to deal with them, to give them the tools to live in the hosting community around us. So because we are a mission-oriented institution, we made the decision to move forward and try to be the first to support them and give them our services, which is basically credit, along with non-financial services, trainings, etc. We took this risk. At the beginning, when we started, we didn't know the market, what they need. We didn't trust them. They didn't trust us as a financial institution is going to deal with them. The fear was overwhelming our employees. However, our strategy was to take things step by step and gradually work on serving them and understanding to build the trust together and help the refugees go into the second phase of their journey, which is the livelihood. Because, you know, at the beginning it's emergency, healthcare, donations, etc. But they, after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they need to mingle into the community they are in. So we started to give them loans. There has been lots of challenges, such as we used to give them checks and they need to go to the bank to take the money out of these banks. No bank would ever deal with them. So we had to make a partnership with one of these banks in Jordan, local banks in Jordan, to open their door to the Syrian refugees. And after years of this step, other banks started, okay, why we have this huge risk about this segment of the community? And fortunately, the digital, talking about the digital in the morning sessions, the e-wallets that has as an ecosystem started to happen in Jordan, which help us serve refugees more and more without this burden, and the bank started to see the competitiveness between them and the digitalization to serve them. So this is how things, it's like you need to take them step by step, piece by piece to have a better understanding. One of the challenges was with the microinsurance company. They needed family book of every person in the family, and they are refugees. They don't have all these legal documentations. Again, step by step, we managed to find replacement documents to provide to the insurance companies so they can move forward with serving the Syrian refugees.
How many beneficiaries are now?
From the Syrian refugees, the active ones around 8,000. Yeah, women.
Only women.
Only women. We have a few men, but the program at the beginning was addressing women. And with the non-financial services, if I want to link to the what my colleague has just mentioned, the gender dynamics is one of the trainings that we made sure to train the Syrian refugees on, because the Syrian woman in her country is different. Her role inside the family as a breadwinner is not the same as a refugee. She used to not to worry about any penny about the house, the home, the man will do everything. But as after moving into a hosting country as a refugee, now she is part of the responsible family member that needs to bring money to her family. And all these changes on her has a huge impact on her psychology, everything. So we made sure to include such a training also as part of the non-financial services that we provide.
And which were their biggest fear about this?
The fear? Because we give basically credit. So the fear is that, okay, you are a refugee, your characteristic, you are movable. Yeah. You move from here to there, from here to there. How can I trust to give you credit, work, whatever? Because this is the worldwide characteristic of refugees. However, what we have been able to see and now communicate to other organizations, they were one of the best portfolios ever we had at MFW. Even with the refugee portfolio is better than the Jordanian portfolio. If it's not the same quality, it's even better. Yeah, but you need to build this trust to make the value of what you are doing. And again, gradual. The trust will be built step by step.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And not the last one.
Last but not least.
Yes. Loreda Dragomir, the Director, Permanent Placement, Professional Recruitment, Executive Search Division at ADECO. ADECO Group created the Jobs for Ukraine platform, which allows any company to look into offering opportunities for displaced workers. Could you tell us about your Solidarity initiative as an example of tools who can use to support employers and businesses impacted by the crisis?
Yes, of course. So first of all, this was not the first platform that we created, because for the last decade, we have similar platforms for Iran, Afghanistan, and some other conflict situations and places. And we created this platform in March 2022. It was covering 49 countries, so it was something very big. We have 1,650 clients of ours posting jobs for these candidates, and they were free of charge for both the clients and the candidates.
We have altogether 5,500 Ukrainians on the platform, and we managed to have jobs for 2,500 of them. In Romania, we currently have Ukrainians working all over national level. And what was very interesting and something that I want to point out here is that on the platform we had many services offered. So we have customer service in Ukrainian, we have translators in Russian, Ukrainians. The platform was in different languages, including Ukrainian, of course. We have a legal advice. Every time the legislation change or something that they can use, we post it and we have clarifications for that. We have support for the United Nations and we have support for the Red Cross. And also, we had a lot of trainings, not only in language, but rather digital and IT. We have partners from Microsoft, from Cisco, from LinkedIn, from General Assembly and Accenture and so on. So it was something that we put together fast, but it was working very well because we had the expertise. And it was a success story because we managed to give jobs to a lot of them. I want to mention that being the last one, I heard a lot of presentations, and sitting there in my chair, I was thinking, in our board of directors, we're 75% women. So tomorrow I'm going back in the office and celebrate.
Thank you very much. And we have a closing question for everybody. Of course, I will have to ask you to have short answering, please. Well, the question is, what models of engagement to support refugees in the immediate and long term are showing promise and can be scaled? Please.
I want to go a bit beyond just the refugee, and I want to take it to a human level.
Yeah.
So a model that would work. And from what we've seen at the Financial Alliance for Women, we have 80 members across the globe covering 135 countries. And so you have different cultural backgrounds, different social circumstances, different economic situations, but a business model that has been, across all of them, successful has been the following. One, you acknowledge that there is something you need to do and your role in it. Two, you research your own countries where you serve. You understand your target market's pain points, and then you think outside the box of what it is you need to do. And you don't limit yourself to what your institution or your sector has been commonly used to serving. You need to understand that your role is much bigger than what it used to be. And you look for the partnerships around you that can help you achieve those goals. So for example, when I talked about partnerships with fintechs, right? Earlier today, there was, in some of the presentations, there was talks of the dark side of fintechs and how they bring algorithm bias. But if you work with the fintechs, which is what we're doing now for the past 2 years, we've been working with fintechs as well because their role is key. And we're building gender intelligent fintechs through trainings, through hackathons, etc. And when you build gender intelligent fintechs, then these fintechs will go fix their own algorithms. And not only will they do that, they'll provide white labeled solutions to financial services providers to use, for example, alternative data scoring mechanisms to then provide bias-free lending opportunities, which then would be inclusive of all these people, such as women and refugees, etc. So if the idea is very simple, it's just the willingness and the understanding that you need to do something, and then taking that first step.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Just building maybe on my intervention earlier, I think I keep it quite general and also might actually want to aspire to move a little bit beyond the labeling of different things. And I think one issue to recognize that those who we target are agents of their own change. And we really have to look a little bit more at the strengths that they got to offer. And I think the labeling can obscure this. And I think that's important to recognize. In whatever we are trying to do, if you try to make it sustainable, I think it's more the conditions that allow them to drive the change that they want to drive. I think it's more as a general comment that I think is important for at least the kind of programming that we would be doing from crisis to more development-oriented work. The other one is multisectoral. We really got to think more holistically, also beyond. We got to bring everyone on board on that journey when we want to achieve inclusion. Look at the barriers that are often not with those who we necessarily target, but that often, you know, lie elsewhere. So we got to be really aware of this. And the last one is really the partnership. And now, when it comes to specifically to the refugee side, we do know a lot of assistance might come to an end. So that requires a little bit on how we try to find employment. And critically, obviously, the private sector will play an important role. So I think that event will hopefully set it on a, you know, the private sector on a course that there's more openness and support for that sort of activity.
Thank you.
In my answer, I will go back to a point where you said what we are afraid of. I would like to bring what was the country afraid of, because we are a poor country, limited with resources, a competition that those refugees are going to take our jobs, our resources. We're already in a poor country. However, we found out that no, it created, the pie is expanded. There's an expansion to the pie. We are competing better in food and everything. Actually, Egypt, which is a neighboring country, used to be known as the food there is not really good. After hosting Syrian refugees, the food there became really better. In general, that's a fact. But how to scale, we have found that technology would help serving everybody, including the refugees. As I have mentioned, the e-wallets facilitated a lot the transaction of money between us and refugees. We have worked also on a blockchain platform for building a digital identity, digital economic identity for refugees, where it can, because it's on blockchain, it can be with the refugee whenever they go around the world, whether they are in this country for 1 year, 2 years, or forever. That would bring all the world together. So such technologies needs also to be explored and benefited from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in order to answer your questions for the refugees, besides the platform that we have and it worked well, it was very important to have face-to-face meetings and to have like group events. We have a big event with an FMCG company here in Bucharest, where a lot of Ukrainian ladies were participating, and that really helped. I mean, the human touch, the empathy, the digitalization and platforms are okay, but at some point you do the magic by being there. In regards to continuity of business and what we can do next in order to have equality, inclusion, and diversity, I think we have to take step by step. It's a long way. We still have a lot to do. In ADECO, for example, we started in 2018 sponsoring and hiring the Paralympics from Cluj. We have people with special needs in all our branches, offices, and in headquarters and so on. It's great. So if your companies don't have it, suggest they do, and I'm sure Kaufland and other organizations can validate that, because it makes a difference for the rest of the team. They become more involved. They care and they give, and it's a good motivator. So if you didn't do it yet, you should try it. And if you start, we just have to continue in order to make this normality. Thank you.
I just need to thank EBRD, one of the organizers, because they were the first investors who supported MFW, Microfund for Women, in supporting refugees by giving us a loan with privileged conditions and a technical assistance to do a feasibility study. So I just forgot to mention their support to us as well.
Thank you very much. All your ideas were so interesting, so different, so diverse. So it's a pleasure to be here, to to find out so many points of view. Thank you very much. We are at the end of this conference, so the concluding remarks are by Perry Vizizi. Come. Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. We'll sit, we'll stay.
I don't mind to sit.
Okay, let's sit.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I'm not going to take too much more of your time, and I appreciate the folks who managed to stay the entire event. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll basically go through a few thanks and then a couple of comments that were my takeaways from what I heard today. Firstly, I wanted to thank our team, our organizing team, the working group, I say, that was on a call every week or almost every week to organize this conference starting in January, I think. And the big thanks goes to Lestat Monroe, founder of the Diversity Chamber of Commerce. Andrea Bareczki, also the Diversity Chamber of Commerce. Barbara Rambousek, maybe stand up, Barbara. I think you're the only one of the three in the room. EBRD, who was our speaker earlier. And then Raluca Badeau from EBRD. Are you here, Raluca? Thank you, Raluca. And then a few folks who are not in the room, but I want to give a shout out to them, also from EBRD, Oksana Pak, Iram Albayrak, Nibal Zgaib, and Vanora Bennett. So this has been memorialized on the video, and I hope they get to see this video and see their names. We really appreciate all the work that went into this conference. We would very much like to thank, as the Diversity Chamber of Commerce, thank EBRD for their trust in us and for initially inviting me in 2019 to speak about this idea we had to create the Diversity Chamber of Commerce at the very first regional event in Warsaw. It's where I had met Barbara. And we also wanted to thank our sponsors. Of course, you can see their banners, but I will repeat them briefly. CTP, Denton's, Google, Embassy of Japan, Kaufland, Raiffeisen Bank, and Visa. And then, of course, our many supporters who are not financial sponsors as well, who are on the program. So thank you. I have a few takeaways, which I didn't write down on paper, but I wrote on my phone, so I'm not checking my emails. Don't worry. First point that really came to mind was, came up when I heard Andrea Baciu from UiPath. And the idea was rethinking our jobs and job descriptions to maximize the contribution of all people, including their unique skills. And I was really, actually really touched when I watched the video that was shown on what UiPath is doing with persons with autism to identify jobs that work best for them and get the business of the company done. They bring a particular skill set, as she said, that other people who don't have autism can't bring. So it was a beautiful way for business to contribute, not only to their bottom line, of course, but to helping society, helping people have a purpose, and encouraging employment. The second point that comes to mind is kind of Kaufland and Estera and Angelescu and Stefan Sviatku's presentation about how Kaufland reaches out to traditionally marginalized groups, in particular persons with disabilities. I was just stunned by the Lumen video. I have to say I'm going to do some more research, and I'd like to meet the founder at some point if we can arrange it. But it's an amazing effort that a business cares enough to do this and wants to be involved, and it's really inspiring for us. When I look at Denton's, I mean, I feel like we're promoting diversity and inclusion, but we are nowhere near what Kaufland is doing at UiPath or a lot of other businesses we've heard today. We're inspired and we want to do better, and I think a lot of you here today probably feel the same way. The third point that came to mind was the changing paradigm that Carola Killian from Financial Alliance for Women mentioned, or the need to change the paradigm to move beyond neutrality and equality, which are nice words, but actually to effectuate a change so that we don't just say we have an equal and neutral environment, but we want to make sure we have women and Roma and persons with disabilities and LGBT plus in positions where they are running companies or where they have an opportunity to do business with large multinationals, which is one of the reasons why we formed the Diversity Chamber. The fifth and final point I wanted to make was something that Patricia Dulgero from the Roma Entrepreneurship Development Initiative and one of our Dentons pro bono clients had mentioned. I gasped, I don't know if anybody heard me audibly, when he told me it was just a few weeks ago that a group of Roma businessmen were told to leave a hotel in Alba Iulia. I guess I shouldn't have gasped because this kind of discrimination goes on all the time, but when it's, you know, it slaps us in the face and we really hear it, and it shocked me. We obviously have to take off our rose-colored glasses if we're wearing them and realize that all around us there are people who face these challenges on a daily basis. And I think you know, it's too easy to get lost in our daily life of, you know, getting up, going to the office, cooking dinner, putting the kids to bed, and instead of kind of being aware and looking out for those around us, particularly in the business environment. I think most of all, what the whole day reminded me of was that all of the groups that the Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce has initially decided to support, which is women, persons with disabilities, Roma, LGBT+, share a lot of the same challenges. And it's why we founded the chamber less than 2 years ago. We're a year and a half old, really. I think it's great that we have this very first event here where we bring all the groups together. The chamber has done a number of separate events for different segments, but this is the first where we've done you know, one for all, and our first major live event as well. So really encourage all of you who are not members to consider joining. You can write to me or Lestat or Andrea. I'd love to have you as members and explore how we can kind of improve the situation in Romania, but also in the region for persons who have been traditionally economically marginalized. Yeah. Last thing I want to say, which it kind of came to mind watching this United States Supreme Court decision basically allowing the states to tell women that they're not able to make their own decisions for their bodies for 9 months, which is essentially the decision. Of course, with the war next door, you know, watching ethnicity, one ethnicity fighting against another for manufactured reasons, it brought to mind one of my professors from law school, Louis Henkin, who was one of the fathers, one of the parents, I should say, of modern international human rights. He was one of the authors of the International Covenant on Political and Civil Rights that was signed, I think, in late 40s, 1948, perhaps after World War II, when everybody realized we had to learn a lesson and do something differently. And he introduced the class to this poem that was composed by a German pastor named Martin Niemöller. Some of you may have heard of him. He was a pastor, and after World War II, he kind of looked back and realized what had happened very gradually over the years when nobody raised their hand to stop what was happening. And I'm going to paraphrase it into a little bit different poem, and I don't mean to sound sappy or sentimental, but I really kind of, the past few months have really kind of affected me in terms of how I perceive where we are in civil rights and human rights. First, they came for the Roma, and I did not speak out because I was not a Roma. Then they came for the LGBT+, and I did not speak out because I was neither L, nor G, nor B, nor T, nor plus. Then they came for the people with the disabilities, and I did not speak out because I had no disabilities. Then they came for the women, which they've done recently, and I did not speak out because I'm a man. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Thank you all very much. And thank you to our moderator.
It was a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you very much for choosing me to be here. I feel that I'm leaving this place richer. And this is huge for me because I'm trying to learn every day something nice, something new, something which I think makes me a better woman. It was a pleasure to be with you. We are at the end, but in the next minutes, I think, we have a networking reception in the lobby of the hotel. So thank you very much. I'm Ioana Ciurlea. It was a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.